Hello everyone, it is Thursday. I keep forgetting, my week is a little off this week. It's Thursday, April 16th, 2026. And tonight we're going to be doing our weekly study stream. We're going to be starting with the same old typical line, shape, that kind of thing practice. Might do some cylinders. I feel like I don't want to do it because, we want to devote as much time to the topic as possible, but at the same time, it's such a tough thing for me that I feel like I should keep it up as much as possible. So I do think I'm going to do a little bit of that tonight, as well as boxes. Maybe some more traditional box rotation, I think is what we're going to do. And then I'm going to be doing some just kind of anatomy practice, some gesture drawing, and then we're gonna talk about drawing clothing and, ways to approach learning to draw clothing, thinking about drawing clothing, practicing drawing clothing. We're gonna do that, and that's gonna be like the main topic of the stream. It's just a matter of getting there. Let's see. It's hard because I don't want to not practice. There's nothing I don't want to practice, but, we made it work last week, so hopefully we'll make it work again this week. Thank you, Stwest AFK, for the pistache. It is almost time for me to open up a new bag of these guys. I think this one might be empty. Yeah, this one's empty. Okay. Time to open up a new bag. How's it going? Got a fresh new bag of pistachios. Doesn't want to open. There we go. Oh no! I got pistachios going everywhere. Here we go. Took me a hot second to get that pistachio. Pretty tired, but I'm trying to get some drawing done before bed. Nice. What are you drawing? I am good, but I've been busy all day. I had a nightmare last night. What was your nightmare? Hi, Jukiholic. About dropping pistachios everywhere? Oh no. Well, that just happened. My nightmare. Your nightmare came true for me. Let's see. The pistachio man came to my room. Oh no. Let's get my volume the way I want it, and we'll get started. Get started on that line practice. Friend asked me to draw a lady from an anime I haven't watched, so I'm working on that. Oh, what anime? I have not watched a lot of recent anime. I'd like to make more time for watching stuff. Pick up all the pistachios or get shelled. Kame ga Kill? I think I've heard of it. I don't know anything about it. I see people posting in Discord groups I'm in about new anime and manga. I don't want to share my choice. Also don't know anything about it, but I'm gonna try and draw the Ice Queen Lady. Sounds cool. Yeah, I haven't made enough time to, like, watch new stuff. lately. Um, I'm hoping that will change because, like, my day is pretty rigidly scheduled. Like, I have housework and cooking. I have art. I have studying Japanese, and I maybe that doesn't sound like much, but it takes up a lot of time, and eventually my studying is going to be less like studying vocabulary, grammar, that kind of thing, and more like actually listening to real media. So, watching dramas, watching anime, playing video games, reading manga. I'm looking forward to that, but yeah, it's hard to find the time to just sit and watch something for an hour or two. Yeah. The last new thing I watched was a drama called, I think it's called Marry My Husband. It was actually a pretty interesting drama. And it was, it's good listening practice. I'm not spoiling anything by saying, because this is like the premise. It's about a terminally ill woman who is murdered by her husband and her best friend who are having an affair with each other. And she basically gets isekai'd back 10 years in her own life. And that's like the first few minutes of the first episode. I really enjoyed it. It was a while ago that I watched that, though. Boyfriend and I have been watching Golden Kamuy. What is that about? Did I announce my stream? I think I did. Let me just double check. Yeah, I did. Okay. Set in the early 20th century Hokkaido after the Russo-Japanese War. That sounds really interesting. Kind of want to look up what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like something I'd be interested in. I like, I like kind of historical stuff. Especially when it's like a little more recent, like 20th century. And it looks like there's a manga as well. And I've been trying to read more manga lately. I used to read a lot of manga. And it was easier because, like, there were times that I could, like, read it, like, on the train or when I was in school, like, waiting between classes, things like that. It can be hard to find time for stuff like that when you're always trying to be, like, productive. A lot of serious moments, but a lot of funny moments too. I'm thinking about getting back into running. Because I have a treadmill. Like, it's not, it's not a fancy treadmill or anything. It's about as basic as you can get. But I have it. And I had been in the habit of, like, watching anime while I was... Like, I would put on an episode or two of anime and, like, run for a little while. Excuse me. Like, I would run outside, but, like, I'll put it this way. It's April 16th, about to be April 17th. It's 30 degrees right now, and we're having a snowstorm. So, as much as I like the cold weather, the sidewalk is often icy. A little more than, like, half the year. So, running outside is pretty tough. Hey, Sapphire Thorn. Yep, it's a study night. Just doing some line confidence practice right now. One year it was like May 20th and we got a snowstorm. So... I'm hoping to not have this be a hugely long stream, because I am doing a 12-hour stream tomorrow. But I do want to cover everything. Yeah, I don't want to slip. I've got enough health issues. I don't need an injury on top of it. Okay, we're gonna do some ellipses. Don't overexert yourself today. I mean, fortunately, you know, with with this kind of like practice stuff, I feel like I can kind of like turn my brain off a little bit. Although when I'm talking about drawing clothes, I'll have to turn it back on. And maybe I'll take Golden Week off. I was thinking about that. So we'll have that to look forward to. Speaking of watching anime and reading manga and stuff like that, I could take some time to do that. Broke-ass ellipse. I remember one Golden Week. When I was still living in Japan. My local grocery store had all kinds of like delicious like food platters just for Golden Week, and there was one that was like fried seafood, and it was like really cheap, so we were like, hell yeah, let's get that. And it was great. And then there was like a fried crab claw, and it looked so delicious, and I bit into it. And somehow it was filled with mayonnaise, and I was just like, ugh. I hate mayonnaise. No offense to mayonnaise lovers. I hate mayonnaise, but it is so popular in Japan. First ellipse practice out of the way. I love mayo, but it's mainly because of my dad. Oh, did he make like a food that you really enjoyed that has mayonnaise in it? I guess I didn't really grow up with mayonnaise. That's probably part of it. But like something about like white creamy foods that are savory, they kind of weird me out. I don't love Alfredo either. I don't like ranch. Sour cream's okay. You just put it on stuff like bread with mayonnaise, or mayo and tomatoes with mayo. That's fair. I guess we weren't much of a mayo house. I can't eat mayo unless it's in a sandwich. I think the one time I can tolerate mayonnaise is like on things like okonomiyaki or takoyaki. But I really would rather it not be. I really don't. I don't like it on a sandwich, but like honestly I don't like a lot of like I don't like lunch meat and stuff. So because again, I didn't grow up with lunch meat. Now I want to go put some mayo on bread, reminding me that I need to eat anyway. Enjoy. You know, when I don't like something and someone else does, more for them. The other way around, more for me. Like, I have a friend, that sometimes we get ramen with, and she hates soft-boiled eggs. More for me. Finally tried takoyaki last time I visited my boyfriend. I'm so sad I didn't like it. Oh no, I'm sorry. What did you not like about it? Was it like the texture? Not a fan of octopus? Yeah, we got some janky ass lines. It's not too important. I love takoyaki. Everything apart from the mayonnaise is stuff I really like. And if you get it at like a festival or something, they don't necessarily automatically put mayonnaise on it. So I'm not a fan of octopus. It was my first time trying it. That's fair. When I was in high school, my friends all hated cottage cheese and they thought I was disgusting for straight up eating it plain. They'd still let me eat theirs. I don't know. I don't think I've tried cottage cheese. I don't know, but I don't like cheese in general very much, so I'm not sure how I'd feel about it. I feel like octopus can be really iffy. Like if you cook it wrong, it gets really chewy in a bad way. But I feel like the best place to try takoyaki is like at a festival in Japan. Like that's the best place to get it because those guys like really know, because like festivals in Japan, they have like a lot of like food stalls basically lined up, and like I feel like those guys really know what they're doing. Does octopus have a similar texture to squid? Because I've had a lot of squid. I think octopus has a tendency to be a little more tough than squid, but like obviously it depends on how it's prepared. I feel like squid is more often more tender. I like octopus a lot, but I can see why somebody wouldn't. I've had some tough squid, but that could also come down. Yeah, it really matters how it's cooked. I've had tough squid. I've had squid that like basically melts in your mouth. I don't remember like what makes a difference, and I've never really cooked squid, but I think like the freshness of it makes a difference, and also maybe like how it's prepared. I don't know. I really like both squid and octopus though. I think the only mollusk I don't like to eat is oysters. They just have a taste. I don't know. It's a problem I want to like foods, but then I try them and my taste buds do not agree. Lobster and crab look so good, but when I try to eat it, I gag. That sucks. Very few things that come out of the ocean I do not like. I think oysters are the only thing I can think of. Uni I could go either way on it. It's not that I dislike it. It's just I don't really get the hype, but it doesn't taste all that special to me, but I'll eat it. I had a bad experience with shishamo. What is shishamo in English? See, there are a lot of fish that I never learned the English. Tamagotchi name for, because like there aren't that people don't eat that many fish in America, so like I learned them in Japanese, and of course I forgot to take care of my Tamagotchi. So sorry. we're gonna look up Shishamo. What kind of fish is Shishamo? A type of smelt. So it's smelt. Feed that baby. Hey, chill, Phil. In my bad experience, it's not really. It's a little gross. But, like, never had oysters, but my mom would make mussels a lot. I love mussels. Mussels are one that I really, really enjoy. I was having shishamo fry for school lunch, and they're, like, relatively small fish, but, like, let me tell you, in my opinion, they're too big to eat whole. Like, you can eat sardines whole, you can eat, like, anchovies whole, that's fine. These are a little too, these are, like, I would say about 5 or 6 inches long. And what grossed me out so much was that, like, I took a bite into it, and, like, I felt the skull crunching in my mouth, and I was just like, absolutely not. That's too big. This fish is too big to eat whole. Alright, we're gonna feed this thing, and then we're gonna put it back. Alright, it's being fed. Please excuse the beeps and boops. I've had shishamo before. I eat dried fish, so I love crunching the skull. You know what? Honestly, I feel like if it had been, like, totally dehydrated, I probably would have liked it more. It was the fact that it was, like, it was fried, and so, like, the combination of, like, the fresh, like, moist fish, and then the, like, crunchy bones, it was too big. It was too big for that. But I feel like if it had been dried, I would have been a little more, keen on that whole situation. Because I don't mind eating, like, whole fish, especially, like, yeah, like anchovies, sardines, the even smaller ones. Okay, now my Tamagotchi should be quiet. I'm never living 6-inch down. That actually reminded me, or Chillphil reminded me, that there was a time, years ago, that he drew me a Snape every single day until I had 100 Snape drawings by Chillphil. And they started getting interesting themes. What kind of Tamagotchi do you have? I have a Tamagotchi Paradise. So, like, the new one, and I just have, like, the basic land one. So, right now, I have, Mamechi, which I really wanted to get, because it's always actually been my favorite Tamagotchi. I also have the one that, like, because you can have up to 4 at a time. I have the one that, like, looks like a cat. I don't remember what that one's called. 100 Girlfriends, but it's just Snape. I'll have to pull them out and take some pictures of some of them sometime. I want to raise a new one, but you kind of have to like block out like a couple of days where, you know, you can be available for it, because when it's a baby, it is very needy, and if you want to get the one that you want, right? Basically, if you don't feed it in time or play with it in time, you'll get care mistakes, and the amount of care mistakes you make determine which Tamagotchi you get, which is kind of sad. If you want one of the ones that has a lot of care mistakes, it's like you have to neglect it as a baby. And they could die too, of course. And they become like a star in the sky around your little Tamagotchi planet if they die. And I got sick one day and one of mine died. Okay. What else do I... Oh yeah, I'm gonna do cylinders. The dreaded cylinders. I'm so bad at drawing. Clip Studio now has like a feature where if you enable it, you can draw a janky ass cylinder and like hold the pin for a minute and it will automatically like fix it. You know, the problem is like, let's say I'm drawing like, I don't know what that is. I have no idea what I just drew. But like, let's say I'm drawing like an eye or something, and I have this thing enabled, it'll start like quote-unquote correcting my lines, basically like forcing them to do things I don't want them to do. So I think I'm just gonna try to get better at drawing ellipses anyway, like on my own. I haven't updated to that version yet. I disabled that particular feature because it was driving me crazy. I probably could get used to it if I gave it a chance, but like in the moment, like I was actively trying to draw and it was like irritating me, so I was like, I can't handle this, and I turned it off. Well, maybe if I did it like the other way. It's like the stabler on Autodesk. I actually don't know Autodesk, so I'm not sure. I do know it's like Procreate has a feature similar to that. I've never used Procreate, but I've seen people use Procreate and do something like that. So I think it would drive me crazy in Procreate. I'll put it this way. If it was like something that I could toggle on and off easily on the sidebar, I might use it sometimes. But because I have to like go into menus to like turn it on and off, it's never happening. I'm never using it. Which I guess is just as well. You know, I like, there are a lot of shortcuts that I like. But there are some shortcuts that feel like they're interrupting my workflow. At that point, I just get a roller shape tool out for all the effort. Right, like, that's the thing, like, there's a circle tool that I can, alter and transform and stuff like that. Like, I don't... But I guess, you know, I feel like, people who use Procreate a lot actually, like, develop a particular style that kind of revolves around, like, using that tool. And, like, that's not a criticism, but it's not a style that I want to have. You know, just like, and like, let me say, like, that's really not a criticism. It's just that it's like a really, like, kind of graphic style. And like, that's just like not what I want to do. God, I suck at drawing cylinders. I think some of these are better than last week's cylinders, though. Like, if I... Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but it can protect you from auto blah blah is crazy. Oh, that ad. I was like, what? I think actually these are better. Like, here's last week's cylinders. We got some janky guys here. Some real flattened dudes here. And I think I maybe did a little bit better of a job with some of these cylinders. I just hope I'm getting better at it over time. But that's why I'm doing this, so that I can improve little by little. All right, let's do some cubes in rotation. Kind of like from the top. It is interesting to me, like, how different people use Clip Studio completely differently, because, like, I guess it shows how versatile of a program it is. I think that's, you know, that's awesome. It's interesting to me that, like, somebody could use Clip Studio to make a more, you know, like, traditional manga, or they could use it to make, like, a webtoon. Digital art in general, people use programs super differently, yeah. I remember, I don't know why I thought of this. I remember I took like a literary analysis of comics class a long time ago. And like the professor was trying to say like, you know, traditional comics are going to be killed by like by the existence of like the internet, because like no one's going to want to read like a traditional kind of like layout of a comic. And it was just so strange to me. And I feel like that's just not true, because like even with like the vertical scroll type comic of like webtoons, like people have not stopped reading like manga. So I really prefer, you know, a more typical like manga layout. I don't like the vertical scroll comics very much, because I don't know, I feel like they're kind of hard to like take it all in like in a cinematic kind of way, but I mean that could just be me. Vertical scroll comics can be very cool, but I grew up on Marvel comics, so I love turning pages. There was one that I tried to read. I don't remember what it's called now. But I just, like, I couldn't get into it. Alright, we've got some cubes in rotation. What if we rotated a cylinder? I saw somebody do this week. I thought, oh, I should be practicing that too, since I'm a cylinder scrub. If you can rotate three-dimensional forms in space, you are doing pretty dang good. So I'm trying to do that. Say, there is the horror comic called Everything's Fine, and having to scroll for reveal works so well. What is it about? Towards the viewer. The drama I talked about was actually based on a webtoon kind of comic. And I've considered like trying to read it, but then I saw people say that like, okay, so it's a Japanese drama that I watched. It's based on a Korean drama based on a Korean webtoon. And what people were saying about it is that like with each iteration there was like more added to the plot that like made it better. So if you like try to go back and like read the original webtoon, it's a little less like interesting. Dystopia, everyone has these cat masks on, and it follows the main character trying to both find her child and also unravel the secrets of the society. Putting it super mildly, it goes crazy in a good way. I mean, it sounds pretty interesting. And like, oh man, I'm making like the top of the cylinder get smaller with each. That's not good. And like the main thing that people talked about was she goes back in time from 2025 to 2015, right? And in the Japanese drama, it deals pretty heavily with like the impact COVID has on the company that she works for. But like, if you go back in time, like if you go back in time with like the adaptations, right, from like the original Korean drama to the original Korean webtoon, it just does less with the COVID stuff and like less with some of the other major plot points overall, which is kind of a bummer because like that actually ended up being like a really interesting part of the show. And I guess, you know, that can happen. It was one of the rare cases like where it kept getting better with each adaptation, because typically I feel like it's kind of the opposite. Yeah, I mean that's what I thought. Like, okay, I don't want to spoil stuff about this, but she works for a sweets company, and they also have a restaurant, like a brick and mortar restaurant that they run, and in the original timeline, the restaurant fails because of COVID, and in the new timeline, there's this like two people in this universe have knowledge that COVID's going to happen, so they're trying to prepare the company for it, while the people around them don't understand, like, why are you insisting that we start doing like delivery for the restaurant, or, you know, things like that. And it's interesting, you know. But apparently in the original webcomic, they didn't get into the logistics of how COVID impacted the company. They just kind of were like, well, sales went down. Doomsday prepping for business. Yeah. What else could I rotate? I guess I could rotate, like, the other way. Yeah. But that was one of the things that I thought was like really interesting about the show, because like I feel like when the pandemic first started, like, and going into the years of it being in full swing, it felt like a lot of TV shows and movies and stuff either ignored it, or I don't know, we're just like really weird about it. And to see like a relatively like a new show like kind of tackle it head on, it was interesting. It was a lot of fun, I thought. This came out last year. And like the main plot isn't really about the COVID stuff, but it is interesting. It's called Marry My Husband. And I recommend the Japanese one because like everybody recommends it because there's just more going on in the plot. The original is in Korean, but because like I said, when I watched it and I really enjoyed it, I was like, oh, now I want to watch like the original Korean one and read the webtoon, and everybody was just like, no. It hit its peak in its third adaptation. Alright, we've rotated some items. It's a little practice. It's not super long, it's very interesting, and, I like time travel, like, as a trope, I guess, so this really appealed to me. There is a romance element to it, but I honestly don't think it's, like... Even if you don't like romance, I still think it's an interesting show. I would say that, like, the toxic friendship element to it is maybe the most exciting part. When I inevitably have art block, I'll binge it. I binged it, when I was sick. Last year, like at the end of the year. Oh yes, very. I would say that, like, an extremely toxic friendship is, like, central to the show. It is very, in my opinion, very fun. Alright, not ad time, but I am going to be right back as quickly as possible. I just want to do it before I draw these very stressful things. Alright, be right back. Okay, I am back. Putting lotion on my hands. If I don't, my hands will get absolutely shredded from the dry-ass air. Jamming out to the music. I like this music. Like again, this is White Bat Audio. They make a lot of synthwave music, and it's royalty-free, so you can use it in projects and stuff like that. And I like to play it on Thursdays because I post part of this stream on YouTube. Welcome back. Not drawing with you today, but I am over the halfway point of my first chapter. I saw that in the Discord. Nice job. Keep it up. Like last week's study stream was the first one where I posted a part of it on YouTube. Noonvale, who requested the topic, asked that I do that, and I figured, I might as well do that because Twitch, deletes the VODs after a little while. So, if people want to go back and watch like the part of the study stream where I talk about like the requested topic, they can do that by checking out my YouTube. But not the part where I'm failing to draw cylinders. Alright, let's look at last week's cylinders. Last week's carved cylinders. Also, I have so much stuff up on my screen. Let's minimize some of this. I can only pray that people enjoy the cringe at this point, and posting studies is awesome. Last week's was, we talked about how to, like, construct, like, a background. And I tried to keep it, like, as friendly to people who don't really know perspective yet as possible. So yeah, this week's gonna be clothing. Honestly, though, like, as far as, like, cringe goes, I feel like the stuff that you feel is the most cringe is going to be exactly like what appeals to other people, because like the thing is like we feel cringe about like deeply held, like self-indulgent kind of personal things, right? But that makes the story like way less bland. It makes it way more personal, and it stands out from the stuff that just kind of leans into the popular tropes. Let's see, what kind of shape? Oh, not that, because that is... a real simple one first. The first one is always the worst one. Like, anything I've ever written, there have been so many points, so many things where I'm like, I want to write this kind of thing because I love it and it's very self-indulgent, but I'm so afraid, like, that it's embarrassing and other people are going to be like, ugh, cringe. You just gotta lean into it. I may do like relatively similar shapes to last time. Because I actually feel like practicing the same kind of things over and over again is going to help me more. Absolutely love what I've done so far. If other people love it, then great, but I've already won. Oh, I missed that. I'm trying to keep in mind that first and foremost, I've written this for me, and also my friend whose OC is the secondary main character. Oh, I see, that too. That's who loves it. I see. I mean, I just know that I have the experience of... I went through a time where I was trying to, like, write something that I thought would have, like, a broader appeal, and, like, that really involved a lot of, like... It's wider than I thought, which is fine. That really involved, like, a lot of, like, sanitizing and, like, making things like more general and mainstream, and I hated what I wrote. Like, I wrote a couple of comics like that and I absolutely hated them. Regret it to this day. Although, I regret it, but at the same time I do feel like it taught me a lot. Why not to do that? pasta shape I haven't really done. We drew a very phallic looking bottle next week, so we will not do that this week. Let's take a drink. Sanitization is a regret of mine too, so I feel you. Had a phase where I had a super small but significant tumbler falling. Precise story subjects can get very dark and dead dove, so I'd try to be subtle and basically throw glitter onto toxic sludge, but it made me feel bad because almost no one picked up on even the stuff I thought was obvious, so I made everything super clean and pretty for no reason. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, like, I was trying to make, like, and I feel like, a few years ago, there was this expectation that everything would be, wholesome and unproblematic, and if you made things dark or complicated, even anything like that, it was like people would make judgments about, like, your moral character. So I feel like there was a lot of pressure to kind of, like, make things advertiser friendly, I guess you could say. And I did try to do that, and it's a bummer because those are some of the first OC comics that I've ever done, and they suck as a result. I'll have to make some more. Even now, I feel like it's difficult, right? Sometimes I catch myself being like, oh, well, I can't have them act like that. That's a little messed up. And it's just like, but people should be messed up in fiction. I'm gonna try to draw one really good cylinder. That's not it. We can eventually let those characters be as messy as your heart's desire. Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. You know what? I'm not practicing drawing cylinders right now. I'm practicing carving them. I could do the circle tool. I drafted, like, a comic with one of them. Recently that I'd like to do. I'm not happy with the ending. I feel like I have a hard time, like, kind of ending comics. Or stories in general. Ad break. Okay, it should be over. It should be over. What the heck was I saying? Oh yeah, I've recently drafted a new OC comic, and I did try to make it. I did try to lean into the messiness at least a little bit. And I like it to a degree, but I also feel like I'm not very good at like writing endings to stories, so I feel like it's pretty weak in terms of like the ending. It's hard to write like a short comic. I'm gonna try to find in the middle. I think that's more like the middle. Concept is a start now. I mean, it is, but I guess I'm just a little frustrated with myself because, like, I've been making comics for so long, and, like, I still suck at making a short story with a good, satisfying ending. I really need to get myself there, but the only way to get better at that kind of thing is to finish more comics. So I just have to make imperfect comics. Thank you so much for the subscription. Also, thank you to Twitch for actually telling me for once. It often doesn't, but yes, I really appreciate it. Forgot that was the thing I could do. Yeah. But, you know, like the other part of that is like I'm really trying to get faster right now at making projects, finishing them, all that stuff. And actually, you know, I feel like streaming has really helped with that. It's really helped me, like, think about my priorities. And also, it's helped me to realize that, like, taking my time and doing things slowly, it often makes for a worse result. So, like, I was doing things slowly and badly. I would too. Oh, thank you so much for the subscription, Celeste AFK. I do appreciate that, and it means a lot that you're using your Prime subscription on me.
This is so hard. I'm so bad at it, but that's why I'm practicing. Like, I guess it all kind of started with last year I was ending stream with like a finished sketch every night, which for me to like actually do a sketch from beginning to end in like one sitting, for some reason that wasn't something I did a lot. Um
Love watching your art streams. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
and Twitch pushed me to start doing that, and it really helped me. It's just like, well, there were other things that I could really be focusing on, like finishing more quickly, and I think it would be to my benefit. Because
Music is a little loud. Okay, let me turn it down. Oh, somehow the volume got turned. Oh, I know why. Okay. That should be better. Let me know if that's better. Typically I use a different playlist, but because this is a study stream, I wanted to use all royalty-free music, and I forgot to change the volume. Also love watching your art streams. Genuinely has made my nights of insomnia recently less lonely. I'm very glad to hear that. I've enjoyed your company.
But yeah, I guess I've come to realize that like finishing things is a skill in and of itself, and it's something that I wasn't practicing as much as I should have been. Like, I was finishing illustrations and things like that, but I was really taking so much time on them that the quantity of stuff I was finishing was not high.
Having to do things fast forces me to learn things just as fast and push myself in new ways. I crunched super bad on a commission recently that was 6 character designs. Damn, that's a lot. A couple non-humans, and they all turned out really good, and I think it was good for me. Not only like 5 hours of sleep I got that whole time, but psh.
I mean, I am taking way less time on the character and outfit designs I've been doing lately, but they're not worse for it. Like that, like this is the thing. I'm realizing that I'm losing a lot of dynamism by taking so much time on things. Which for me is really meaningful, because one of the things that I felt like I was struggling with the most, it was feeling like my art was like super stiff. And for a long time, I thought, I was really psychoanalyzing myself. I was like, this is because I'm a rigid person. Like, mentally, I need to, like, try to push myself to, like, be more spontaneous or creative. But actually, I just needed to speed the heck up, apparently. But I mean, it just goes to show that like a lot of art is like literally fucking around and finding out. You have to try a lot of different things. To learn like what works. And I feel like, you know, sometimes you really have to work against your own intuition, I guess. In a lot of different ways, because, like, it can be something as simple as, like, you as a human being have this idea of what a human face looks like. But when you actually, like, try to sit down and draw one, you realize that you really don't know what a human face looks like. Like, we often elongate the nose. We often want the eyes to be too far up on the head. Because of the way we look at other people, like, we assign these traits, like, nose is long, eyes are high up, you know. Like, the eyes are actually, like, halfway down the face, right? It goes against our, like, kind of intuition of what it should look like. Or it can be, like, really kind of emotional. That cylinder study makes so much sense. I cannot take credit for this. The practice that I'm doing right now is one that comes from ArtWad, WOD being WOD. They have a YouTube channel, but, like, they also have a thing where, like, you can pay to get their, like, lessons or whatever. It's not that much. So I was like, what the heck, I'll do it, because I'm really trying to push three-dimensional forms for myself. And this practice came from that, and I'm still trying to, like, get it. In fact, I can show you, like, last week's, because they're real janky. And one of them looks a little phallic, so excuse me. So, like, I'm still trying to, like, get it, and it's difficult for me to, like, not make them kind of wonky and to, like, reflect the length of the bottle or vase or whatever, in the three-dimensional one. But, you know, like I said, if a practice, like, freaks me out, scares me, seems really, really difficult for me, I will try to make it as easy for myself to do as possible by being like, I'm just gonna do a couple of them, you know? Because I feel like as artists, we get these, like, big aspirations where we're like, I want to learn to do this thing. I'm gonna really lean into it. But if it's intimidating enough, the prospect of, like, spending a day on it will make you not want to do it. And then you won't. So I'm just trying to keep it as light as possible and just do, like, a couple of them. And slowly over time, I hope to start feeling more comfortable with it and doing it more often. But this whole, like, drawing, like, the flat, orthographic shape and then projecting it into 3D is super helpful. I think that's the wrong layer. It works really well with, really anything. Because if you think about it, most things are either a cylinder or a box. If you account for the fact that, like, a cone is a modified cylinder, that a pyramid is a modified box, then most things are, like, a modified cylinder or box. And being able to take, like, a cylinder or box shape, carve pieces out of it, and then project it into 3D is a super valuable skill. And I'm really trying to focus on that. As far as faces, I've gotten better at them by throwing out most generalized ideas of them. There's structure, but the structure can be so different depending on the character, and keeping that loose and shapey has helped so much with diversity. I was just talking about, like, boxes. Like, I am helped because, like, I don't feel great about being able to draw faces. A thing that has been helping me is actually imagining it as, like, a tall rectangle and then carving it up. But, like, I was saying, like, that's a good example of, like, a preconceived notion in a more, like, directly, I'm working on art and my ideas of, like, what a person looks like are negatively impacting my ability to draw people. But there's also these ideas that, you know, we're kind of taught, like the idea of talent, for one, I find super unhelpful. We talked about that recently. And also, one I was thinking about was, like, that, you know, you should take your time and be careful with a task if you want to do it properly. But I think, like, taking your time with art can really backfire. Because when it comes to, like, trying to learn, it's a lot more important to, like, experiment and do a lot of experimentation, and that often involves, like, doing a lot of, like, quicker, shorter drawings to completion. But that's why I like gesture drawing, you know, because, like, you get a lot of practice in a short amount of time. And I'll be doing some gesture drawing tonight. That is janky. I'm going to do the bottom one first because that gives me more of an idea. Gesture drawing is another thing that, like, really makes you realize how differently human beings can be shaped. How, like, the variety in length of torso versus legs. There's some proportion things that tend to only go in one direction. Like, people's arms can be especially long. They're not usually especially short. What I mean by that is, like, the typical arm length is that your wrists are at your crotch. But a lot of people have much longer arms. It's less common to have shorter arms. I need to start getting warm-up drawings into my routine for that reason, because, I mean, I think I'm fast. People watch me pump out fully rendered pieces in 6 to 8 hours, but I could still be faster and let myself be looser. I definitely endorse warm-up kind of stuff. Even if you just do it sometimes. But when I think about those like tutorials that you sometimes see, that's just like how to draw a man and how to draw a woman, and like the man is like an upside down Dorito and the woman is like an hourglass. I think, you know, when you do a lot of gesture drawing, figure drawing, that kind of stuff, you realize, like, there's so much overlap and variety that, like, that's just, you know, unhelpful. Like those tutorials. And, you know, like, I think it's fine to, like, have, like, kind of an idealization that, like, you personally do, but I think, you know, the more control you have over the choices that you make when it comes to art, the better. Like, are you drawing this way because you want to draw this way? Why did I do that? I didn't draw it in the color I was supposed to. Or are you drawing this way because, like, a tutorial told you that, like, all women have wider hips than shoulders and all men have wider shoulders than hips? Because it's, even amongst cis people, not true. It really stood out to me one time when I was, like, I used to do, like, nude figure drawing, and I don't have access to it anymore. I need to find, like, a new resource. But there was, like, a dude who was cis, and he had, like, narrow shoulders and very wide hips, and there were quite a few women who had, like, wide shoulders and narrow hips, and it just kind of started occurring to me that, like, the ideas we have about sexual dimorphism in humans are completely overblown.
I was literally just thinking about that earlier. Someone on YouTube was asking how to draw Min, and I just sat there like, what kind of man? Min can look like whatever you want. Do you mean how to draw height? Right, like, and even if you like look at like shredded dudes with lots of muscles, their bodies are shaped differently, and some of it's like genetics, and some of it is like different kinds of exercises will result in like different like muscle distribution. And like we all have different fat distribution, and it doesn't follow like a binary sex like line, I guess. Like that just doesn't happen. And like I said, limb length is all over the place. I feel like the one size thing that has like a little less variation is head size. Like there are people with bigger heads and smaller heads, but the range is way more narrow than like our other body parts. Like that's kind of why I was talking the other night about how like Chillphil has these huge hands and feet despite being pretty short, but like my hands and feet I feel like are proportional to my body, but that's not unusual. Like you look at people, their limbs and hands and feet don't correlate to their height the way that you might think they should. And that's just one thing. Like shoulders, pelvises, which are really important to drawing because they're like the hard unmoving bone masses of the body are the skull, pelvis, and rib cage. I think that's why I feel like you can get away with a lot more craziness with limbs. Just don't make them too short. Arms specifically, you can give somebody pretty short legs and it look okay. You give somebody short arms, it looks bizarre. But I guess, because now I'm gonna get into paleo stuff. Our close relatives and ancestors had longer arms than us. I think, like on a very basic level, that still looks normal, but having short arms would look very strange. Muscular bodies are shaped so differently. I've been collecting references for that lately because I draw a lot of buff dudes. Also been researching how those bodies develop too. It adds so much to the character design to understand that diversity. Yeah, absolutely. I remember I used to do kendo in high school. And I guess our teacher was like talking about how like people who continue to do kendo really seriously have like a particular muscle distribution, and talked about how like if you do different sports or different like manual labor, like you'll get different kinds of muscle distribution, which I think is interesting. And I've been thinking about this a lot lately because I'm and how diet can affect that too. Yeah. I've been, like trying to work on anatomy a little more, and it is kind of interesting to like think about. You have these basic shapes, like you have a deltoid shaped basically like that, right? But you can stretch and squash it in like different directions to give it like a very different shape for different people, and it really affects their silhouette, because that's kind of like a big part of what we think of as the shoulders. Two people who bench the same but look completely different because of what they eat. I wonder how what I eat impacts my...
I eat a lot of fiber, but I also eat a lot of rice. Well, I guess it's not that much per meal. I don't like get a really big portion of rice, but I do eat rice every day, so. I'm glad that there are like Asian nutritionists who are like pushing back on the idea that like traditional like Asian foods are like unhealthy or whatever. That always pissed me off. Speaking of rice, I was thinking about that because I saw there's a dietitian on YouTube who is from Hawaii, but she's like originally like her family is from Japan, and she's talking about how she went to school pushing back that brown rice is better because brown rice is ass. Exactly, 100% that. Brown rice, no thank you. She went to school as a dietitian, but you know, being Asian, like she kept hearing that like, oh, the foods that you grew up eating, like those are unhealthy and you gotta have brown rice and this, that, and the other thing. And her advice to add more fiber, and you end up getting more fiber this way than by eating brown rice, which, as you've correctly pointed out, is ass. No offense to anybody who likes brown rice, I do not. Is by like adding like other grains or like high fiber things to your rice sometimes, which I don't always want to do. You know, sometimes you just need plain white rice. But you know, a couple times a week I'll add I like adding barley to rice a lot. It's really good with curry, and actually when I was working in Japan, when they had like school lunch was like curry or hayashi rice that day, they'd actually do that, add barley to the rice, and it doesn't really disrupt the flavor, and it's kind of, the texture is kind of delicious. And if I'm having something that's kind of like leftovers and I'm not like expecting like a fantastic meal, sometimes I'll add like lentils to the rice, which is another kind of like suggestion I've seen from like channels like that. It's not bad, and you know, it, again, I've drawn it in the wrong color. I've seen people add other things to rice, but I feel like sometimes the textures of those things would be too disruptive. One of the few people who likes kale. Been thinking of getting some and putting it in meals generally. I've seen people do that, and like I saw somebody do it where like all they did was like microwave it for like 30 seconds or something, with like maybe a little bit of water in the same bowl, and then add it to their food, just for more like fiber and nutrients and things like that. And they said, like, I don't notice it. It doesn't impact my enjoyment at all. So I've been thinking about that. You know, kale is one of those things in the past I haven't been able to eat because of Crohn's disease, but like being in remission has opened up my ability to eat more of the foods that have been kind of iffy for me in the past. That sucks though, because like one of the things about like Crohn's disease is a lot of high fiber foods can really hurt you if you're like in a flare up, right? Fortunately, medication has helped me, and oh yeah, I am doing much better than I was when I was first getting diagnosed. Because I love vegetables, and I hate not being able to like eat like crunchy broccoli, for example, or thank you for the hydrate. I do think that like the period where I couldn't eat a lot of that stuff kind of impacted like what vegetables are still my some of my favorites now, because I love daikon, and it's one of those things that's like really easy to digest. Uh-oh, what just happened? Okay, hang on. We had something fell. Nico, what happened? What fell? I don't know what fell. Oh, I see what fell. Okay, it's not a big deal. A bag of her dog treats fell over, but like not onto the floor or anything. Yeah, I am a brown rice hater. It just reminds me of like this other thing that I saw that was like trying to tell parents to stop feeding their young children rice and give them like Rice Krispie cereal instead. And I don't remember like why, but like whoever like the dietitian was like really frustrated that like, well, parents from certain cultures refuse to not give their kids rice. And it's just like, why are you so upset about this? One of the most like basic comforting foods in the world. Under attack. Under attack. My mom did a lot of things wrong, but feeding me rice is not one of them, right? People talk about the war on Christmas. Nobody talks about the war on rice. Or the war on MSG. I'm so salty tonight for some reason. The war on MSG affected all my childhood food. Oh no, what happened? I love MSG. I frequently, if I don't use MSG in something, I often use dashi granules in it, which have like a similar effect. My mom unfortunately bought into those lies and it genuinely made her food worse. Oh no. I have like a couple giant canisters of spice in my kitchen. White pepper, black pepper, MSG, and garlic powder. Because, you know, like, garlic powder and minced garlic serve different purposes. They have different flavor intensities and effects. Why do you like your auntie's food more than mine? Because they put all the unhealthy stuff in it, mother. Gotta have MSG. I mean, the thing that really gets me about it is, like, tomatoes, mushrooms, things like that. Like, it naturally occurs in those things. And nobody's freaking out about that. Or kelp. Kelp is a big one. you can kind of like mimic the flavor impact of MSG by like it, depending on how you're cooking something, adding like kelp to it and then like taking it out like a bay leaf basically. Because I think the first like synthetically produced MSG was like isolated from kelp. I could be wrong about that. Just put this. I didn't know kelp could be used like that. It's so. Oh yeah, kelp, dried mushrooms, or dashi granules can all be like used to give like a similar effect as MSG. And like they do add some flavor as well. That's why you would use them instead of MSG, not as like a substitute, but when I make Takikomi Gohan, which if you haven't had it, that's like basically when you in the rice steamer, along with the rice, you use some soy sauce mirin and sake. You put in vegetables. You might put in like a kind of meat. So like my typical Takikomi Gohan would be like rice, the sauces, mushrooms, bamboo if I can find it, really small cut up carrots, and cut up chicken thigh, and it's just like one pot and go. I also put like a thing of kelp in there and then take it out afterwards because, you know, you don't need it for like the texture of the food, and it boosts the flavor a lot because it's a pretty subtle flavor already. Alright, we're gonna take away all the guides and see how this. I think I feel like we're getting a little bit better each time. I hope. And another thing I will do is like instead of water, because you have to rehydrate dried mushrooms, like I'll use the water that I rehydrated the dried mushrooms in, and that adds even more flavor. Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite meals. Say it's an improvement on the last one. Thank you. Yeah, I'm hoping I'm getting, because like my first one was real janky. If I'm making teriyaki sauce and I have some kelp handy, I'll add like a kelp to that while I'm making it, because in my opinion, like, I guess depending on the kind of teriyaki sauce you're making, you can add like a lot of different things to it, but I like a really simple teriyaki sauce. I just make mine with soy sauce, sake, some kind of sugar, and mirin, and I'll add kelp to it. Like some people add like pineapple juice, which can be good, but I don't really keep pineapple juice. I don't want to find the first one that I did. I feel like it was in January. We're gonna go to January. Did I do one in January? I maybe hadn't started doing this practice yet. That kind of makes me feel better that I haven't been working on it that long. Okay, here's my first one. Bam. Real real gnarly. Real nasty. I want to get it like smaller, so you have them side by side. All right, we're getting there little by little. We are getting there.
Okay. I guess I could I hadn't really planned on doing it this week, but I'll do like a little bit to show the practice. Okay. So there's two like other things that I learned that are kind of like in the same vein. Let's say that we have a cube. No, I don't want it there. I want it like here because you'll be able to see better. Let's say we have like a cube in perspective. I'm gonna draw like kind of all the way through the cube so you can really see what's going on here. I'm gonna do two cubes and we're gonna do different things to them. Gosh, sometimes I think about this like Reddit story, and I don't really remember like what it was about or like what was going on. But OP was talking about like making teriyaki chicken and like their husband like basically like ruining it. But when they described how they made it, I was like, in my mind, I was like, it's already ruined. I don't know what you're talking about. Because they use like 17 million different spices on the chicken, and it's just like all like conflicting things that don't go together. Alright, so let's say we're just gonna start carving shapes out of this. But we're doing it all on like one plane. So it's kind of like I'm drawing a flat shape first. And I'm gonna project it back into space. Reminds me of the time my ex-best friend's partner made adobo. Oh no, and somehow had it end up dry. How does it end up dry with an orange chickenish texture? How would it be dry? I don't understand how that's physically possible to happen. When I read adobo, I was just like, "Oh no, what did they do?" Have you seen Rachel Ray make adobo? By the way, the adobo itself is actually not the most heinous part. I don't know how he managed that. So what I'm gonna do is make this into a 3D shape. I have it, but now I'm scared. You watch the Uncle Roger version. I feel like he softens it a little with humor, but it is horrible. The problem is it's always these people trying to make it healthier, right? Rachel Ray, I guess, decided that Sinangag was too unhealthy. So instead of, the way you're supposed to make it, she took the raw rice, put it in a pot with water, whole cloves of garlic into that, and then cooked the rice. That's how she made it. It was like literally a hate crime. part of it might have been the low sodium Kikkoman, and no, that is literally hate crime,
right? You know what? I kind of thought like, oh, maybe what happened, because like they make like Mamacita's adobo mix.
I was like, what if he just got some of that and just put it on some chicken and like seasoning and just cooked it like that with no
liquid or something like that? What if that's what happened? But okay, I guess he's actually like making it with ingredients. So yeah, if we like get rid of that, oh, we've got a whole like ass shape. We've got a whole ass shape. Okay, so now I'm gonna take this cube and I'm gonna round the corners because, like, okay, it's easy enough to round the corners like on one side, like, oh, oops, like it could be rounded like this and have rounded corners like this, but these edges here are still sharp. So how do we round a cube on all sides? That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna be real with you. I do not understand people who use low sodium shoyu. I mean, I guess if you're like trying to watch your sodium, but honestly, I feel like it doesn't have that much if you just like cook without salt and don't sacrifice the. I don't know. I'm not trying to judge.
Took me out because bro doesn't need to diet at all. Like, he just does for no reason. Wouldn't put gravy on his mother's Thanksgiving turkey. Maybe he just likes dry-ass food. Maybe that's what it is. We found kind of like the corners. Oh, oops. Nope, we don't want that to happen. We're gonna lock that layer. That makes me want adobo. I haven't had it in a little while. I don't want to cook this weekend because I am going to be so busy tomorrow. I usually like cook something that is a little more time consuming on the weekends. Okay, we're gonna create like round corners. Gonna pester my brother to make a donut now because I also want it. Climbing into pester. We don't have the stuff to make it though, and
when we do have the stuff, we have to get like a pork and thinly slice it ourselves, since we live in a place where grocery stores don't have thinly sliced meat, which sucks.
Funny thing about his adobo is that it's actually my friend's Lola's recipe. It's fire though, so we stay winning. Thank you, internet friends Lola. I don't think I make great adobo, so if you want to share the recipe, I would love to have it. I feel like mine is pretty basic. Okay. And now we have a rounded box. It's like a gummy thing. I don't know if you have any desire to draw rounded boxes, but I happen to think it's pretty cool for like drawing machinery or drawing like if you needed to draw some kind of gelatinous thing. But like other than that, like if you think about it, like a bread loaf has like a rounded top like this. A refrigerator sometimes does. Forward it to your DMs. I'd say it's also basic, but the best Filipino food is. That's true. You know what? I could totally find a use for a rounded box. I will do more of them in the future. If you ever want me to like really go into like how to do it like step by step, I can do that sometime. It's one of those like perspective things where nobody ever talks about it in basic perspective, but then once I found somebody who talked about it, I was like, "Oh crap. That's how you do that." I am going to try to practice that and get better at it. And thank you for the recipe. Alright, we are getting rid of this because it is time to start drawing people kind of stuff. I forgot to find some Pose Maniacs poses, so we're going to do that real quick. I'm just taking a look. I feel like chicken thighs are like my go-to, but Chillphil loves a drumstick. Do both. Go to new poses. I feel like they haven't updated their new poses section in a while. We just need something to practice. This is an interesting pose because it's twisted. And I might do one with like the arms over the shoulders or head. What am I talking about? Because we want to do one from the back. We'll do the one from the back first, I think. Pork adobo is my favorite, but my bro does not like pork. Really, I love pork. I think like you know, I like chicken, but like mammalian foods. When I think about like mammal meats, pork is definitely my favorite. Those poses are really good for anatomy studies. Yeah, I try to do a couple of these every week before I do like gesture drawing, because it gives me like a chance to you know, actually study like the muscle groups that I'm trying to get better about learning. I love Pose Maniacs. Excuse me, I knew that was coming. It just wouldn't come. I love Pose Maniacs because even though they're like still poses that you can't move around, um, they have like the option to, and I think I talked about this last week, but they have the option to like color code the muscle groups, or you can make it like muscle colored, or you can make it gray. There are like options for grid, adding a floor grid, taking the shadow off, putting the shadow on. You can change the lighting to make it like more dramatic, or like, I wish you could change the angle of the lighting, but you can't do that yet. Um but I do really like this site. There are a lot of poses. And it's really a good practice thing. It kind of takes like the principle of an écorché and like sticks it in different poses for you, I guess. But I think before I get to this practice, I am gonna be right back. We do have an ad coming up. Sorry to those who just subbed and I'm being right back, but I will be right back. And back. Made it back before the end of the ads. Cool. Alright, let's get my brush. My brush is ready that I like to use. Thank you.
Speaking of, well, I make it with pork. I know you can make it with chicken, but like, I think one of my favorite Filipino foods is pancit, and I haven't had it in a long time. And like I said, I don't want to cook this weekend, but I really want to have it soon. It's been a little while. Drawing him a little too big. We're going to shrink him. One of those things where it could depend on the person making it, because I grew up with a lot of found family, for lack of a better description. People who I wasn't related to, but they were Filipino, basically family in the way we'd all spend time together. Every single T-Dub made it differently, and it could be crazy different. Yeah. Ponsit, I know how to spell. I mean, spelling is overrated. Like, it's something about like the texture of the noodles and like the flavor with that, together with that, it just makes me go feral. I must get as much inside of me as possible as quickly as possible. And I'm not a huge noodle person generally. But I make it with pork, because I love pork. Pork pancit does solo. Think about this pelvis and the angle it's at. Hey Sakurin, how's it going? Just doing my study stream, my weekly study stream. How have you been doing? Talking about foods I would love to make, and I'm not cooking this weekend, so I'm not going to. That's actually a little wrong. I think Ponsit will be next weekend though, because like it's been on my mind lately. It's been on my mind.
Doing great. My vacation has officially started an hour ago. Excellent. Any plans for your vacation? You're making sweet and sour pork this weekend. Nice. You going to my family house, also shopping with my mom? Excellent. I did make pork fried rice tonight, because typically we make that on Fridays, but because tomorrow I'm doing my long stream and we're just gonna have like pizza or something, we made it early. Oh man, I keep sneezing, excuse me. I hadn't been on one for half a year, my brain is fried. Oh no! Well, I hope it is very restful. We'll say my favorite Pinoy dish has been Pesang Ista. I have not had it. I've seen it, but I haven't had it. I'd be interested, but like there are some ingredients that, well, depending on what ingredients I want to use, the way I want to try making it, I wouldn't be able to do easily here. I get like so discouraged and depressed by the lack of ingredients that I want to cook with that don't exist here. Darn limited grocery store. Yeah, it's very frustrating. There is a Filipino grocery store specifically in my state, but it's 3 hours away from me. Peeps in my country go to Poland to shop? Huh. And I assume your country is not Poland, so they'd have to go to a different country. Depending on how far that is, that could be quite an ordeal. I would love to go to this place, but like the thing is, it's still closer than 3 hours away. Oh no. The thing is like I can get dry ingredients, you know, like I could like order them from a store or online or something like that. It's not dry ingredients that I need though. It's like vegetables, fishes, and meats and things like that. Like the situation is so dire, okay? What I cannot get is things like pork belly. Being able to find chicken thighs with skin on them is hit or miss. Maybe about 50% of the time they have them. Cannot get almost any thinly sliced meats. Which, like, for the recipes I want to make, like, you gotta have them, like, paper thin. They've recently started selling ribeye that's, like, that thinly sliced. Which has been great, but, like, I want that pork belly. Can't get pork belly or chicken. Yes, this is how crazy it is. You live in a simulation. What the hell? And I grew up in a place with 5 H Marts in my general vicinity. If I wanted thinly sliced meat, if I wanted pork belly, if I wanted any kind of fish that you could imagine, I could go to H Mart, get it for cheap. I live in a place where people literally eat, like, steak every night. I don't even like steak. He's still too big. The crazy part was, like, before they started selling the thinly sliced ribeye, they didn't have ribeye, period, which is bizarre. Where did the steak come from? Do y'all hunt it for yourselves too, hunter-gatherer society? We live in the land of cattle ranching. But yeah, like, I don't eat steak. I don't really like it. It's not like I don't like meat, obviously. Sometimes they don't even have, like, fatty, like, pork chops that you need for things like where you need, like, a high fat content. Hunter-gatherer society is taking me out. I'll just say we live in a part of America now that has very little diversity. People out here just eating unseasoned steaks on the regular, I guess. I'll illustrate just how dire the situation is. I asked about pork belly once, and the person working at the store was like, "Ew, what's that?" Like, first of all, they thought I was talking about, like, pork stomach, like the organ, the stomach. Which, second of all, that's not gross. Like, don't be an asshole about it. I'm not a big awful fan personally, but it's not gross. Ew, what's that is crazy. Right? I was floored. Floored. There is, like, that also makes me think of the fact that there's, like, a Korean restaurant in, like, the city that's, like, an hour away from me. And it used to be pretty dang good. But the owner died maybe, like, 2 years ago. And after that happened, they really started, like, Americanizing everything. And by that, I mean you used to be able to get bibimbap, and it was pretty good. Now it is like, I don't know how to put it. Instead of having like flavored like namul, which is like you take spinach or some other vegetable and you blanch it, and then you add like sesame oil and fish sauce and things like that. Now they just put plain ass boiled spinach in there. Like, that's the caliber of things, how they do them now. Maybe people were complaining about the presence of flavor, I don't know.
The glow down of the century, yeah. So I am fighting for my life out here. Would love to move. Don't know when I'm going to be able to do that. You know, we kind of moved here out of, like, necessity because it was a crappy situation. But that was some years ago. And, like, I thought, like, oh, I'll adjust with time. The culture shock is continuing. Worsening, if anything. Like maybe the upper body should be like a little wider. We're gonna widen. Just a little bit. Praying for y'all to be able to move somewhere better for you as soon as possible. Thank you. Hey Darren, how's it going? You're doing a weekly study stream tonight. How goes the wood stuff? Tipsy and higher than the moon. Sounds like a fun Thursday night. Alright, we're gonna try to make this look decent. Every time I say decent, I think of that cat. Piari. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but there's like a internet cat. Oh, oops. I'm gonna start with the butt. I feel like that's a good anchor point. Also playing some Rocket League with my brother-in-law and taking a smoke break. Nice.
for the wood, right now I'm just cutting timber.
Fair enough. Man, these deltoids go up pretty high. Deltoids are really big, which is funny because, like, I've seen art where, especially art of, like, female characters, where, like, their deltoids and trapezius just don't exist.
Thanks for the stream, or stream streak.
We got bicep, we got all these other muscles that I don't know, and then the tricep.
The streak. That's what it is. That's a word. Done with my caffeine. It's time for water. I think another, like, kind of depressing thing about living here is, like, I used to really, I love sushi, but, like, all the sushi here is, like, and, like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind some, like, fun, fancy sushi, that's fine. Like, all of it has, like, sriracha and mayonnaise on it, and, don't love that. Sometimes they put, like, French's fried onions on it, which is an interesting idea. And they also only have, like, tuna and salmon. They don't have, my favorite is Saba, which is, I think, a kind of mackerel. I mean, it is a kind of mackerel, but I don't remember, like... Again, like, I learned all these fish words in Japanese. I think it's sorry or something in English. Now I'm gonna look at. I have to keep looking up these fishes. I should also just put my phone next to me. Saba fish. Oh, it says it's blue mackerel. Why did I think it was sorry? Oh, I think I'm thinking of Samma. That's sorry. Yes, Samma is Pacific sorry. Reminds me that I recently learned that English doesn't have a good word for muta. Like, it's eye crust, and that's so lame. Catfish sounds... Oh, man. I haven't had catfish in forever. Oh. Now I'm wanting catfish. I want all these foods I can't have. What a bummer. Crunchy fried catfish. I feel like there are so many things I took for granted in my life in terms of food. And now none of them, because I'm living in the Iron Age, apparently. Trip to Red River is called bit that might be the weed. Oh, but that might be the weed.
Yeah, we don't have catfish up here. I bet I could get some, but it would be like frozen. Because there is like one store around here where you can get like various like meats and things like that, but they're expensive, they're frozen, and their hours are like not great. They're never open when I'm awake. They're open for like 6 hours a day, and it's while I'm sleeping. And they're open like 5 days a week. Also go to the Mississippi channel. I'm Jelly. I think the fish I miss the most is Saba. We went on a trip to Seattle. At this point, like almost 2 years ago. And I've spent too much time here. And while I was there, we did go to like a big grocery store, and like the day that we left, and we had like a cooler full of dry ice. And we got all kinds of good stuff. And like a little while after that, our freezer did not close, and we lost all that was remaining. I need to go to bed, but I hope you have a good rest of your streaming practices. I'll have to check out the VOD when I wake up because I love drawing clothes. Good night and take care, Corey and everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yes, feel free to check the VOD and probably... Oh, thank you for the hydrate. By the end of the weekend, I should have, like, the clothing part posted on YouTube. So either way you want to watch it, it will be there for you. Thanks again for coming and subbing. I appreciate that. Butt muscle is too low. Man. Now I'm thinking about fish. Okay. Legs. Let's kind of draw out the shape of these legs a little bit. Food has been the popular topic, so sorry. I talk about food a lot. But I don't know, like, I love cooking, so... And I wish I could do more of the foods that I'd like to cook and I weren't so limited. Man, I am sneezing tonight. Blame the midnight munchies. It's okay, it's been fun. Well, and like I ate, but I ate kind of early tonight, and that may be why. I did not get my studying done before I went to sleep, so I woke up kind of early. And I was, for some reason, I was just like, well, I'll just put rice on and then I'll study. And then I had the rice on, and then I was like, well, I might as well make it. So I cooked and ate, like, really early. And ended up studying, like, after eating. Show up to a Corey stream and here talk about food. What is this, a day that ends in Y? Hey, Sleeps, how's it going? Yep, we're talking about food. We even talked about the cursed Rachel Ray adobo. You know what I'm talking about. I think the thing I do want most is pancit, so I may have to make that next weekend. I'm not cooking this weekend, and Chillphil really wants mac and cheese. He's been talking about that nonstop, so I guess we're having mac and cheese. He can be the one to make it. Rachel Ray. We're talking about the watery fried rice. Oh, Darren. Oh, no. I don't know if you know who, oh my god, what's it? Jamie Oliver is. But he had, like, a segment where he was, like, teaching, quote-unquote, people to make healthy fried rice. This man... It was already bad. It was already bad. I was watching this video. I was watching the Uncle Roger version because I don't think I could like consume this without that humor. He was already doing some crazy shit. He put some kind of jam in it, which I'm not really sure what he was doing. He had done things wrong already. And I was already like, okay, this is going to be a disaster. But the thing that, like, literally made me put my hand on my chest and gasp in complete earnest was he picked up the pan, walked to the sink, turned the sink on, and put water into the fried rice. And if you know anything about fried rice, like, you're supposed to dry the rice. Like, that's why you use chili jam, yeah. That's why you use old rice, and why I was saying, like, last night, that when I want to make fried rice and I don't have leftover rice, I make rice with less water in the rice so it's a little drier, and it kind of mimics that texture. It's not perfect, but yes, he put water into it. It's supposed to be oily. It's supposed to be dry, and the moisture comes in with the oil and the fat that you add. But the man put water into it and then, like, put the lid on it to, like, steam it a little bit, if I recall correctly. Literally, jump scare. Literally, I was like, oh, I couldn't believe it. It was so terrible. Jam and fried rice, nah, bro. He was more fried than the rice. No, really. If you want to have a bad time, put Jamie Oliver fried rice into the search bar of YouTube, and you're gonna have a bad time. Literally could not believe what I was watching. I'll do it after stream. Everybody's so creative. Exactly. I mean, I've hated this man for years because he went on a nonsensical war against chicken nuggets that I still don't understand. Like, he cried over chicken nuggets. He cried over the fact that, like, he had a very deceptive presentation about how chicken nuggets were made to, like, gross some kids out. And they were like, would you still want to eat chicken nuggets? And they were like, yeah! And he's, like, literally cried. So, this man is unhinged. Why he had to come for fried rice, I don't know. Anti-dino. Yes, exactly. He's anti-eating dinosaur. Well, I mean, I guess he's pro-eating chicken, but the things that man does to chicken, I don't want to talk about it. He fucked up green curry too, but I don't know enough about green curry to, like, know how badly he fucked it up. Fried rice is, like, so basic. I feel like it's one of those things that's, like, really difficult to screw up, and people find a way. People find all kinds of ways that are bizarre and upsetting. I remember, there was one person who cooked rice in a way that I had, before this, never imagined anybody would cook rice. She boiled it in water and drained it like pasta. Lurk time. Enjoy. Enjoy. Was it Fortnite? Oh my god, I'm sorry. I don't know a lot about those games. Enjoy your competitive gameplay with your bro. Jamie Oliver's fried rice, ex-besties, partners, adobo. That's exactly what made me start thinking about this in the first place. I'm still baffled how you get dry adobo. Like, the way you cook it seems like it would prevent that from ever happening. Did he put it on the stove and just leave it there for 18 hours? I'm sorry, I'm making fun of this random person I don't know. Make fun of him that adobo was the least of his crimes. Okay, we hate him. Crimes against adobo and other things. Soggy fried rice and dry ass adobo. What a nightmare. It's so crazy too, because I like went on a walk to get out of that nightmare apartment, came back, and there was a culinary crime scene laid out before me. Oh no.
take another sip of water.
Now there's so many foods I want to eat, and I'm not getting any of them this weekend. I have to get myself into the mood for pizza and mac and cheese. Pizza and mac and cheese cannot compete, in my opinion, though. With many of the things that we've talked about tonight. Okay, like last week, I kind of want to, like, color the muscle groups to reinforce my learning. So we'll do that. At least the muscle groups I'm working specifically on learning. Oops. One brush. Like the latimus dorsi. I may not do skulls tonight because I feel like I'm gonna take, like, too much time before I get to the clothing stuff if I do.
Occasional time I get sick of a lot of Asian food. I don't want pizza or burgers or anything. I want the most American-style turkey roast with mashed potatoes and broccoli. So watching you lay down muscles has been so interesting.
Has it? I worry I'm not, like... I worry they're really wonky, but I'm trying my best. I feel like when I am not having Asian food, I go for, like, what mood my husband is in, because I think he likes Western food, like, more than me. He likes spaghetti. I do like spaghetti. Last week I got in the mood for something though. I made roast, like, and it did not turn out very good. So I feel like I need to reevaluate my roast recipe that I attempted. Redemption roast, yeah. I just got, like, the wrong cut of meat, I think. Because I got, like, way too lean of a cut of meat, which I should really know better. And it came out like really dry and tough. But I don't cook a lot of beef, and when I do cook beef, it's usually like really thinly sliced beef where, you know, in like gyudon or nikujaga or something like that. Excuse me, I just keep sneezing tonight. I do like tomato a lot, so I don't mind having things like spaghetti and pizza. But I'll tell you, a tomato recipe that I've made before that's really, really good and I have been wanting lately is... Alright, I gotta blow my nose. Hold on, I'll mute. You put rice in the rice steamer with water, but not as much water as you normally use. And you put like 1 or 2, depending on how much rice there is, raw tomatoes in with the rice. You put salt in it, and you just cook it like that. And when it's done, you take the rice scoop and you smoosh up the tomatoes into the rice, and you add like... You could add... Some people add sesame oil. Some people add some shoyu. You can add whatever you want, but like, I would add some MSG to be honest. But it's really, really good. Highly recommend. Very simple recipe. Very craveable. Tomato rice, fascinating. Oh, have you ever... Actually, speaking of tomato rice, have you ever had Japanese chicken rice? Because that is cut up chicken thighs, canned mushrooms. Some people use corn, I do not. And just you cook it like kind of like you might like fried rice, and then you add like a tablespoon or 2 of ketchup, and then some soy sauce. And that's usually what you would use for omurice, because then you'd like cook an omelet and put it on top of that. Okay, these muscle colors so similar. It sounds like it would be gross, but like I really love it. But I also feel like okay, here's my take, right? American ketchup is just like straight sugar. Japanese ketchup tastes like way more tomato-y. I feel like Japanese ketchup is a lot more like tomato paste with some other stuff, and American ketchup is like sugar water with a little tomato. Those serratus muscles in. My opinion makes the best spaghetti. American ketchup, Japanese ketchup, what? I like Japanese ketchup in spaghetti. In Japanese style Napolitan specifically.
It's funny you say that because I was just going to talk about how Filipino ketchup is the sweetest thing.
Well, Filipino ketchup is made of bananas, though.
Oh, my other... Oh, okay. I see. I see.
Makes the best spaghetti. Okay, I see. That's like... That's made of bananas, isn't it? And I feel like in that it's okay, but like it's just something about American ketchup. Like it's also really watery. I'm an American ketchup hater. Okay, we've got the muscle groups that we're actually studying down, so we're gonna merge this. Took our sweet time doing that, sorry. And we're gonna do one more pose. Should probably save, too.
Going to war against American ketchup, Jamie Oliver, chicken nugget style. Well, I mean, here's the thing. If other people enjoy it, I support that. I am not gonna be like, you still like it? I'm gonna go cry about it.
I could not believe that. Because you know, I felt like he was like trying to manipulate these kids and then got mad it didn't work. Okay, this is way too big.
I haven't watched the video, but based on your description, that's probably exactly what happened.
Yeah, but like because he was like mashing up like a chicken carcass and like trying to make it look as gross as possible, which is just like one of the things you're criticizing here is that like, oh, they're not wasting perfectly good parts of the chicken. But, you know, I'm sure Jamie Oliver would take a look at like eating chicken feet and be like, ew, yucky. So who knows? I always thought chicken feet and alligator taste pretty similar. And I mean, they are kind of closely related, so that tracks.
The brain yearns to draw, but the wrists beg for freedom. Oh no.
Carpal tunnel stuff.
Never had either, but I've always
Wanted to try. They're not bad. I think, like, you have to be like the kind of person who doesn't like who's not particular about like, you know, there are people who like only want to eat chicken breast, you know what I mean? But I think if you're like used to eating like all the parts of the chicken feet can be pretty tasty. Alligator could be pretty tasty in a similar way. Like, both of them are very tasty, deep fried. This is why. This is why I've been practicing rotating cubes, because it helps me draw poses. Hopefully. Braces to help, but I have no clue where they are. Oh no. The brace for the cubital tunnel stuff, the elbow brace really helped me a lot. Have you looked into doing nerve glides? Because it's like the median nerve that's compressed in carpal tunnel, right? If you look up like carpal tunnel nerve glides, maybe you already do this, but they relieve a lot of pain. They're also really good to do before like you're gonna do things like drawing that might irritate it. Okay, I actually feel like this should be more rotated. Get rotated. Get rotated, scrub. I'm just gonna oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm going to put it on another layer and like draw over it because I don't think I did it particularly well. That's okay, that's the stretching I've been doing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that helps a lot. Also, B13. Or B12. Oh my god, I just made up a vitamin. B12 helps because it assists in nerve healing. I was really pleased and relieved at how quickly I recovered from my repetitive nerve injury, my repetitive motion nerve compression injury. I wish it was something that, you know, like I've seen posts about, you know, the importance of stretching before you draw and stuff like that, but like I wish that there was more information like out there in like art spaces, I guess, about the dangers of like nerve compression, how to prevent it, how to recover from it. Whoa, Xerxes! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Corgi Nub, mostly an art streamer, but I do play video games on Fridays. Thursday nights, I do study streams for art, which is what I'm doing now. We're doing a little bit of practice with anatomy. And Xerxes Games. So, thank you so much for the raid. Let's get you a shout out. If I can get to my keyboard. Oh my god. Oh, thank you. Thank you for shouting out Xerxes Case. Good. What were you streaming? Doing some Octopath Traveler again or something different? Metroid Prime Remastered. Very cool. We beat Octopath. Nice. I was not watching that one, except here and there, because I do want to play that game eventually, so you know how it is. I am a sucker for a pixel game.
That game had an end? Hi, Kaio. Kaio at 3?
I'm so sorry if I've butchered the pronunciation.
I'll go buy anything.
Fair enough. Oh, and this Friday, tomorrow, I'm doing a special stream because it's kind of the anniversary of me getting back to streaming on Twitch. I did that about a year ago, so we're doing a 12-hour streamiversary stream. Going to be starting with art, playing some Stardew Valley, playing some City Skylines, and possibly playing some Core Keeper at the end of that. You just tell him, you just call him Titus for short. Don't listen to this man. I maybe exaggerated the post too much, but I'm okay with that. I didn't make the rules. As always, feel free to raid and run if you were streaming for a long time and need to get something to eat or anything like that. But, love to have you if you want to stick around.
Exaggerated poses are good for your comic things anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the people I'm going to talk about tonight that their materials really helped me in a lot of different ways is Love Life Drawing on YouTube. And he pointed out that our brains really want to like straighten things. Like we have this like dynamic pose, but our brain wants it to look like that, right? So we're going to like downplay a lot of like the curves and bends and things like that and the twists and things. So you kind of have to like get in the habit of pushing yourself to exaggerate things to make things kind of look right. I do think that the hips should be a little lower though. Aside from my wrists, I'm okay. I hope y'all are good too. Oh no, is it both wrists? That sucks. There we go. Those obliques clued me into the fact that I made that pelvis up a little too high. Definitely is. Non-dominant is way worse, though. I mean, I guess if one of them has to be worse. But I think we talked about that, because I was saying, like, that's what freaked me out so much about the cubital tunnel, is that it was in my right arm. I used to do, well, like, like, earlier this year I was doing a lot of nerve glides for it. But now that I've started, like, feeling better overall, I just do, like, radio Taiso, like, once or twice a day, and it helps me from feeling like tight in such a way that I know could like exacerbate that. Wow, I can totally talk. I can speak English. And I think like the thing about Radio Taiso is that like one, it's like a full body kind of thing that stretches everything. Two, it's got like a lot of stretches where you're like opening your chest and stretching your arms out. And most importantly, it's like easy to just like put the video on and like follow along, and I think for me that's so much easier than just like looking at a list of like stretches that you should do before drawing and actually doing them. So I really appreciate Radio Taiso for that reason. Oops, wrong brush. Not that it matters that much, I guess. Bring this person down. I think like anything that is good for you, whether it's a drawing practice, an exercise, or whatever, creating a situation where you're actually going to do it is the most important part. Tempted to combine my daily unrealistic aspirations with stretching. I mean, whatever you gotta do to make it work, right? Like, I was not gonna stretch today before drawing, but I thought, you know, it's only a few minutes. I could just pull it up on YouTube and do it. And I think that's what really helps me, is that it's so easy to do. It's just like, I feel silly not doing it. I set aside time every day to be a little delusional about my goals to combat the hopelessness. I don't think that's a bad thing. You gotta, you gotta shoot for the stars and hit the moon or whatever. I don't remember how that saying goes, but you get my gist. You've got to be a little crazy in your goals, or you're gonna sell yourself short. You're gonna not reach far enough. And I know, like, growing up, you know, well, like, I've talked about this before, like, I didn't do well in school, and, like, I wasn't a good artist, and I felt like nobody really had any expectations that I'd ever do anything notable or worthwhile or anything like that. And, like, I internalized a lot of that. And I've had to really kind of train myself not to think that way, not to like give up on the idea that I could actually like get good at something. And now I'm doing study streams where I spend the whole night trying to get good at things. Yeah, that's definitely a more extreme angle, but that's okay. We're gonna try letting it be extreme. I remember this, like, I like watching, like, made-for-TV movies from, like, a long time ago, like, old ones from the 80s and 90s. And I remember watching one about this guy who, like, murdered his parents, right? He was, like, a adult man, and his dad, like, owned the business that he worked for, and I guess the guy, like, felt screwed over and murdered his parents. But like his son who's like, I don't know, 12 or something like that, was learning how to play golf. He's trying to be a good golfer. I don't know anything about golf, but like the dad was teaching his son something. He was coaching him or whatever, and the son messed something up and did poorly like the previous day, and so he was feeling like nervous about his performance that day. And the dad was just like, you know, don't worry about yesterday. Like, screwing up yesterday doesn't mean anything about today. Every time you play is a chance to be a brand new person. And even though this guy murdered his parents, I was like, okay, I'm into that. I feel like that's good advice. Like, my past failures don't define like what I'm doing right now. It's always a chance to grow and improve. I don't have to do things the same way I did them yesterday. It's a good mindset even if it was from the worst fictional... But it wasn't a fictional character, it's based on a true story. But yes. That line was written by a writer, I'm sure, so... Thank you, TP Movie Writer, for putting that in there. We're gonna strive for... You know, because, like, I get it in my head that, like... Oh, God. I get it in my head that, you know... I have, like, this or that flaw when it comes to art, and, like... This is just, like, part of who I am as an artist, but, like, it doesn't have to be. Like, I can change that. I can practice and get better at certain things. You know, I'm not always going to be, like, a stiff artist or an artist who's bad at drawing faces or bad at drawing people. Like, I can work towards... The things that are difficult for me right now could become a comfort zone in the future. This is a movie about the Yom Kippur murders. The family were Jewish, and he murdered, or I guess he had them murdered by like a hitman on Yom Kippur. I don't really remember much else about it. I did like watch it recently. I love made-for-TV movies from that era, though. They're always like campy in a particular way. Oh, we got the butt rock. We got the butt rock going. That foot is huge. Okay, let's lay out them muscles. I feel like deltoids really are very important to like making an upper body look right. Deltoids and trapezius, because I feel like this is one of those things where we're kind of working against ourselves. I feel like when we first start drawing, our tendency is to draw like this torso, but like, you know, the lack of these shapes make it look like unnatural. Like, we need those are vital. It doesn't look like it's close enough to the face that it's really noticeable if it looks like weird. Comic anatomy is one of those things where I do definitely need to practice the muscles, but the amount of bad anatomies I've seen in professional comics is a lot, and that's not a diss. There's people who draw so many pages in a day, and so, you know, if it's a little wonky, then it's totally fair. It's about the storytelling anyway. I do agree with that. You know, I think, like, I am kind of in a transitional stage right now where I'm trying to, like, train myself to see these shapes, if that makes sense. So I'm spending a lot of time drawing them, but my hope is that eventually they'll kind of become just part of my, like, visual library, and I'll be kind of thinking about them in the back of my mind without, like, actively thinking about them. So, like, you know, it's kind of a thing where, like, I'm spending time studying it now so that I can think about it less later. That's my hope, right? And I've said it before that having, like, a working understanding of drawing forms in 3D is way more important than, like, having a super firm grasp of anatomy. Concept of the shape so you can do it quickly. Exactly. And, like, just, like, little things like, remember that the pectorals, like, attached to the deltoids. You know, remember that, like, this sternomasticoid muscle goes from the back of the ear to the collarbone. And just like getting some practice drawing these muscles from different angles is also super helpful when it comes time to work on my comic. But 100%, I think having like a good mannequin made up of like 3D shapes is way more important than having like a really good knowledge of anatomy. I think you can have a good mannequin first and learn supplemental stuff about anatomy later and improve that mannequin. I don't think it's as easy to go the other way around. Because if you study like muscles and anatomy before you have that, everything you draw is going to be super stiff. I kind of feel like 3D forms are vocabulary, anatomy is like grammar. You need to have one down first. And before that, shapes are like letters or characters, depending. Getting super into these hands, because we really just want to focus on like the torso muscles mostly. That's what I've been studying. Funny that I'm going to be working on muscles and then gesture drawing, because like in time the order of like learning those things, you should be doing gesture drawing first, but oh, we have got an ad coming up. I will be right back, and then I will read that message, but first I will be right back. I have needed a moment. For a moment. Okay.
Okay, I am sort of back. Gotta put lotion on my hands. It's been great what I've done with parcel mouths in my lore, because their exaggerated and uncanny anatomy forces me to push their poses and really think about the overall shape. That's a really good idea. I should try that. I should try designing some characters who have kind of anatomy that's like exaggerated in one way or another. I have not tried that, but I think it would be good. I've done that like a little bit with Hagrid, but like I feel like it's one of those things where like you feel like you're really pushing it, but actually you're being really, you know, timid about it. I should draw a character that's just like really out there physically. I know, like, oh my, what is his name? What's the guy's name? Frank Frazetta didn't study anatomy, like, at all, but, like, he's drawing, like, really convincing characters, people. And the thing is, he was drawing, like, mostly nude people. Frank Frazetta was very anti-pants. And I feel like if you can draw like a believable figure nude, that's impressive. I think it's a lot easier to draw somebody with clothes on if you kind of don't feel like super solid in drawing bodies. How much like reference work he did, even if not specifically anatomy. Yeah, I do too. Because like I said, like I think you can get kind of like an intuitive like working knowledge of that kind of thing. Even if it's not like something present, like front of mind. Just close to taking a Tylenol and drawing anyway. Take a week after to let the wrists breathe. Listen, I get it. I very much get it. It is hard to take time away from drawing. What would you want to draw? Also, some of the best advice I got in terms of like dealing with nerve compression was if you were gonna do an activity that, you know, could make it worse or hurt it, to like do it for 20 minutes, take a 5-minute break, do it for 20 minutes, take a 5-minute break, because it's really hard to like just, you're using your arms, whether it's your wrists or your elbows or whatever, you're using them doing everything. It's really hard to just like completely stop doing everything that could, you know, impact the healing. I'm surprised Twitch hasn't gotten on me about like the nipples on this model. I haven't thought about that, but okay. Been aching for doing some body type studies for a few of my OCs.
I mean, that sounds cool. Not that I'm encouraging you to draw while injured, but like I said, I get it.
We could vested effort to find my dang braces tomorrow, and that'll help a lot.
Yeah. Good luck finding them. I would just like sleep in mine, and mine were obtrusive to my life though, because they were, you know, they were preventing me from bending my arm at all. So I couldn't really draw with them on. But sleeping with it on, it was just one. It's just one side. Sleeping with it on made a really big difference. So close to the other color. I want these muscles to stand out. Be a late night again. We'll make the sternomasticoid pink. I feel like everything, like a lot of things are like orange or red on that model. I want to have a little more variety to separate things. There we go. 2 muscle studies. Took me way longer than I had intended, but that's okay. Let's put them together. Okay. And let's save. And now we are going to do Just Draw Party. and then I'll get into clothing.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Okay, so we're gonna have 5 1-minute poses, 4 2-minute poses, 1 5-minute pose, and then I'll do a longer 20-minute pose. Oof, okay. I wish I had more monitors. That's 1 minute. Line of Action is a good website for timed gesture drawing as well. But I do love this channel because, you know, it's nice to have like a video with a person who is like moving and existing. I have no problem like with drawing from a photo. There are some people who really like don't think it's good. I feel like you still learn a lot from it, but not everybody can like go to live figure drawing sessions. I think having a video is a good second best. Makes them feel more 3D. Yeah, and if they're like moving ever so slightly, I feel like you're kind of in the background of what you're doing, like getting a better intuitive understanding of like just how people move and shift their weight a little bit, like when they're trying to stay still. A lot of people don't like timed drawing either. I guess I can understand that. I think even if you like hate it, it is a good practice to do a little bit every once in a while. It's kind of similar to the pose I just drew.
it can be hard to remember, you know, like when you're practicing, like the point isn't to make like a good looking drawing, it's to learn. And like kind of like I was saying last night, like it can be really hard for people to accept, you know, that like in order to get good at something new, you have to be willing to like be kind of bad at it a lot. I think it could be hard to practice something and like have what looks like bad drawings coming out again and again and again, but it's like it's not the point. And I think that is like what a lot of people don't like about gesture drawing. I think another big part of what people don't like about gesture drawing is that like a lot of art teachers are really bad at explaining like what it is and how to do it. And I suffered for that for many years. I had so many teachers who were just like using like really vague language. Well, and that's one thing I really liked about Love Life Drawing. Shout out Love Life Drawing on YouTube. He explains it in very plain, practical terms, like what it is, how to do it, and why to do it. And he did like a free kind of course thing, like a free 10-day course, and it like really helped me so much, not just with gesture drawing, but like with drawing people in general. And that was like at the beginning of like 2013. Oh, this is a 2-minute drawing. I didn't realize I was already on 2 minutes. Okay. That always happens. The first 2-minute drawing, I'm just like, okay, I'm done. What? I have another minute? What do I do with all this time? There are just so many artists over the years who have helped me understand things so much. So I always like to, if I'm always talking about like the same people over and over again, that's why. Not compressed enough, I think.
Need to convince friends to do gesture drawing with me because it's more fun when it's a couple people doing it at the same time. I agree. And hey, I've gotten a ton of resources from you over the course of 3 streams, so don't worry about it. I'm glad. What gesture drawing resources do you usually do, or do you mean like live sessions? And I do always encourage people. I know it's not the same as like being in a call or something like that, but I do encourage people if they want to like draw along with me. That's why I put the resources like in the Discord.
'Cause I would love to see other people's work. In general, like, you recommend about 4 or 5 channels. I guess I do talk about that stuff a lot. Oops. Whoa, wrong brush. Wrong brush again. We're just choosing random brushes. Locked in on the gesture drawing. This is one of the things that make me wish that, like, I didn't live in the middle of nowhere. Because yeah, there's nowhere to do gesture drawing sessions. Well, there's a college in, like, the town that I, live about an hour away from, so maybe. I don't know. I've never. It'd be weird to, like, roll up on a college, even if it's like an open class. I feel like this helps so much with comics because, like, you're having to think about, like, how do I simplify this pose very, very quickly, right? Sorry, I felt like that was loud. It kind of gets your brain into that habit, which is good because I feel like for me, like, I can get, like, way too, like, lost in, like, trying to structure things just right or whatever, and this doesn't really give you time to do that. You just gotta get the feeling of the pose down. Look for him around me since I live in a decent sized city and all. Yeah. When I've lived in the city, it's been pretty easy to find stuff like that. And not just that, but, like, a lot of stuff. A lot of art related stuff. Oh, man, we're already on our 5-minute pose. This flew by. Jump scare everybody by putting a timer on for the 20-minute pose. Ended up taking a Tylenol anyway. Maybe I'll just try and get the basic forms down, see if I can do that in 20 minutes and take a break. Sounds good. Feel like I'm a bad influence. See the other foot. Lately, I was pleasantly surprised at how quickly the nerve stuff seemed to heal, but my shoulder is still having problems. And I think I need to like strengthen some of my back muscles, like do exercise for that to fix that. But like the reason that is the case is because like the time I spent like playing phone games and stuff like that, like I was leaning over my phone and that was like really bad for my shoulders. And even though I'm not really doing that anymore, it just really seems to be like taking its time recovering, and that sucks. Such crappy faces I draw while gesture drawing. That's okay.
That's 5 minutes. Now we're doing a 20-minute drawing. You're gonna like the video because that's such a helpful resource. We're gonna drink some water and then we're gonna get to that 20-minute. Well, I'll lay out the all the poses I did first. Now, like, all the models from Just Draw Party, they're all, like, some kind of performer or athlete. And I feel like that really, makes for interesting and dynamic poses. Like, some of them are, like, burlesque performers, martial artists, dancers, that kind of thing. You used to use Croquis Cafe, but they went nuts. Like, literally, like, they like got into, like, they crashed out very publicly, I feel like. And also they're, you know, as much as it is nice to have, like, nude figure drawing, because then you can, like, see all the muscles and, like, all different kinds of, like, fat distribution on different people. They did the blandest poses. And because they had the same format of, like, 5 1 minutes, 4 2 minutes, and 1 5 minute. And the 5 minute pose, like, 75% of the time was, like, the exact same pose. And it's like, well, I guess I'm gonna get really good at drawing people do this particular pose, but, like, come on. It's when you look up really obscure stuff. Oh, like what? Alright, let's save. Let's get that time on the... I've gotten really good at drawing old people in their birthday suits for that reason. That's interesting. Like, the things that we do for art, though, really. You know, writers, well, I guess I'm getting started writing. Writers talk about their search history. But I feel like those of us who draw also have quite a search history. Alright, let's get 20 minutes on the clock. That is all. We don't talk enough about the depths. I'm only giving myself 20 minutes. So I have to finish this completely. Do a finished sketch in 20 minutes. And then we'll get on to clothing. We'll get to talking about drawing clothing. I can speak English. Totally. Alright, here we go. 20 minutes. Whew. Just gotta do it. If I give myself too much time, I'll be like, oh, I don't wanna. That's too little time. I'm scared. Just gotta do it.
keep holding my... There's a way to hold your stylus, apparently, that prevents repetitive motion injuries. Or your pencil or whatever you're drawing with. And I've learned this very recently, and you know, it's hard to remember to do it, but I guess it's important to try. I learned this from Sam Does Art. There's another name drop. You know, that's one of those cases where, like, I feel like the kind of art he does is, like, really kind of different to what I do, because, like, you know, he's doing, like, colored illustrations, I'm doing mostly comics, but there's just some advice, like, art advice that can be universal. I feel like I'm doing a bad job here. Minutes left. This music is, like, actually really hyping me up for time to drawing. It was hard to find good streaming music, to be honest. Because, like, Twitch will put, like, a copyright, like, mute your audio or whatever if you use copyrighted music. Which I didn't want that to happen, and especially don't want it to happen on study stream nights if I'm gonna, like, post part of the VOD to YouTube. And, like, at first, you know, people were saying, well, like, listen to video game soundtracks because they won't do that for Twitch. And I realized, like, I don't know. Finding enough video game music that I'm not, like, listening to the same thing over and over again, and it not, like, making me, like, kind of lethargic was pretty difficult. So I'm glad I found, like, royalty-free synthwave. Doing Angel... Pause. My timer. Angel Knev's Portrait Study Challenge around the 28th. Also very different style to mine, but I do like illustration, and his advice has helped me with a lot of stuff when it comes to drawing the face. I do not know this artist. I will look them up real quick. Oh. I'll have to check out their YouTube. Alright, timer back on. Excuse me. I'm tired of Deltarune or Undertale music on every YouTube video. Yeah, that's true. I don't hate the music from those. but you certainly notice it after a while. I feel like this could very easily come out being a real stinky drawing, but that's okay. Yeah, like with artists who do like a very different kind of media, I definitely feel like, you know, I can learn from them. But then there are also times when I'm just like, I actually, you know, this is good advice for like whatever they're doing, but like I should be cautious. Like we've talked about before, like painting and drawing comics are two very different. Although there are people who do like painted comics, which are really, really cool. I have like 2 more minutes if I want to have 10 minutes to do the actual drawing, to do the sketch. I try to time it out that way. 10 minutes on like the sketch and 10 minutes to like really draw it. So I need to hurry the heck up here. At least it's not ridiculously late. I was worried like I was gonna take way too much time. I guess I'm glad I didn't do skulls, because I often do on study stream nights, but not tonight. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. So, fascinated by the idea of this study, but I'm now remembering why I've been putting it off, because me and my character develops his muscles specifically to have more feminine Jessica Rabbit-esque physique. Oh! Okay, time to draw. It's already down to 9 minutes. gotta do this. As nervous as I am. Hey Noonvale! How's it going? We're just about to get into the clothing stuff, actually. So it's great that you have just now arrived. Got 8 minutes and 40 seconds left for this drawing. And then I have to stop. And I feel like it's going to be a real stinky one. Go to my alarm now. I gotta get out. Getting out of bed thing. Boo. Getting out of bed. Yucky. We don't like that part. Yucky. That was a yucky attempt. Six minutes. Oh no. Oh no. This is good though, because I kind of feel like I've been slowing down a little bit lately in a way that like I'm falling into bad habits of getting too particular, so this will show me. Love picking the wrong brush when I'm on a time limit. Five minutes. Genuinely in danger of not finishing. Let's speed it up then. focus on done. Three minutes. Two minutes, and we're actually getting to a point where it's like, okay, I can kind of let myself focus on details a little bit more. No. Down to one last minute. Tone the outfit. I have 40 seconds. Do I have time? Probably not. I'm gonna try. Oh please, come on, Clip Studio. Where did I leave a gap? No. Don't foil me now. Alright, I'm gonna let myself get away with this because it messed me up. Don't tell on me. I'm going as quickly as I can. Okay. There we go. And I'm done. Just drawing this and didn't see this, hey. Alright, we're gonna talk about clothes in just a second. There's my 20-minute drawing. No, Maple. What are you doing? Are you upset by my alarm having gone off? Body study my OC that is taking 10 years off my life. That's cute. What is Maple? Maple coming over here getting scared by the alarm? I think she thinks the alarm maybe means that she's going to get something. Your drawing is cute. Oh, thank you! I did my best. Maple is also cute. Let's go ahead and get like the formatting stuff done, because I'd actually like to save this before I get off stream. I'm not getting off stream, but I'm just saying, like, I'll forget later. Want to give your Maple hugs and scritches? Did you see the video of her reacting to Chillphil getting home? And how she got very wiggly and bouncy. She's so sweet and good. Sometimes. So I like to fill in the longer drawings with like a little bit of color. 5-minute and 20-minute. She was funny today, like Chillphil, I was cooking and Chillphil wanted to take her out. But if she doesn't have incentive to come back inside, especially not when it's snowy like this, she'll just like stay outside and like want to play for an hour. Which, you know, in the mornings I can do. But when we're trying to make dinner and he's got to go to work and everything like that, we need her to hurry up a little bit. So in order to incentivize her to come upstairs, from outside more quickly, when he's taking her out, I will prepare her a plate with a cabbage leaf, some daikon, and broccoli. And I let her watch me make this plate, and she gets real hype, and then Chillphil brings her downstairs. And without fail, she will do her business and immediately run back upstairs. Because she knows she's got a vegetable plate waiting for her. I think there's something sick about all those vegetables in one place on a plate that just like makes her be like, yes. Definitely more incentive than, like, a normal dog treat. Who knows why? But Rudy's like that too, right? He likes vegetables.
Never heard of dogs liking fruits and vegetables so much until Rudy and your Maple.
I think it's pretty common for corgis, actually. Because our first corgi was also like this. And also, there's like a video online of of like some cabbages on a table and a corgi going absolutely buck wild on them. And like when the humans try to intervene and get the corgi away from the vegetable, from the cabbages, it's like Rawr!
Let me tell you about Maverick too. Yeah, Maverick loves blueberries. My Maple is normal and only likes protein things.
Not our Maple. Day is it 17th? Okay. I'm gonna have to move this over a little bit. Alrighty, let's save this. Save as... PNG... April. This is the 950th gesture drawing I've done. Sort of a milestone, I guess. Although after 50 more, I'll be at 1,000. Okay. Alright. So we've got ourselves a little gesture drawing. I am going to... get rid of these muscle guys. And... one of these days I should make a video, like, I think when I get to 1,000, I want to make a video just, like, going through the 1,000 that I have saved on my computer. What was the last thing? I'm not forgetting. It's important. It's important. Contention, fabric weight. Oh my god, I'm blanking out. Oh, I remember. I can't spell. Don't make fun of me. Okay, I'm going to save. We need to see how your skills progress. I can show you. How about I just show you, like, the first one I did? Which would have been July 2018, I think. Let me do that real quick. It might have been not been July. It might have been 2019, actually. Let me look. There we go. I'll make it bigger. So this is like the first one that I did. This is kind of when I started trying to figure out like gesture drawing, and I think the biggest things that like I was not understanding yet was you know, I've talked about like the solid shapes of the skull, rib cage, and pelvis, and I was just like kind of drawing the body as a blob. And I also, you know, my lines are a lot sketchier. There's a lot less line confidence. I think it can kind of be like difficult to like see a lot of progression in like gesture drawings because, you know, you have like a minute to do some of them. A minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Although this one's 10 minutes. I'm trying to get it to where you can kind of compare. But I don't know. Like, I don't know how big of a difference like you can tell. I think like it's gonna be easier to see on longer drawings that I'm definitely more comfortable in the blob stage at this point. I mean, that's the thing though. The blob stage I think is important because that's like where you're finding shapes, right? Like you're finding like how to draw the shapes. And like I guess I have like mixed feelings because I do think it's important to like learn, you know, the quote right thing to do things, but I think there's a stage where you're just getting used to drawing, where you're just like putting lines down on the paper and you're like finding things, and I think that's really important to go through. Your anatomy and muscle study is so impressive. Thank you. Like I feel like if I do make a video about, you know, my 1000 gesture drawings, you're really gonna see where there's like some real weird anatomy and shapes on like the longer drawings, and I think that's where I kind of reach an awkward stage of like realizing that I need more structure but not really like getting it yet, not really like being there yet. I think that's when I could have benefited from, you know, more of the knowledge that I learned in 2023. Let me go to 2023 real quick, because I was saying that like I did like a free course in 2023 that helped me so much, and I also found a person whose channel really helped me learn more about practicing. So this actually, I should maybe post this stuff in the Discord, because when you're ready, I think this could possibly like help you like move forward with figure drawing. I did like a free 10-day course with Love Life Drawing, who does have a YouTube channel, and I've not only have I recommended it like a couple times during this stream, but I'm gonna recommend it some more when we get to the clothing stuff. But basically, day 1 and I think day 2 and maybe 3, we had these like little posable flat models, and he gave us photos of people, of models doing poses, and we had to try to recreate the pose with like this flat model and then draw that. And you know, it was a sort of like very basic introduction to like these like concepts of like skull, rib cage, and pelvis, and
just the other thing that I was talking about was when you're looking at a pose, your brain wants to straighten it out, and he was pushing like exaggerate that pose because you are underdoing the curves and bends and things like that. So this was day 1 and 2. This was day 3 where we worked more from the like we were doing from the front on days 1 and 2, and then from the side on days 3 and 4. Day 5 was, I think, just like doing some more extreme poses, and day 6 we started like adding like a 3D element to it, where we would like look at like foreshortening and using these wrapping lines around the limbs. See where I drew these kind of like ovals around the limbs to kind of like help ourselves like think in 3D. And then days 7 and 8, I can't remember exactly like what we were doing, but we were getting more complex as we were doing it. So I don't know if it's still available, but it may still be available on the website. We were doing it live while it was going on, so we were actually getting feedback. But what it was the Fresh Eyes challenge on Love Life Drawing. So if you Google that, it might still be up. I'll type that on his website. He's a really good teacher. If you look him up on YouTube, you'll get a lot of helpful information. Was there anything after that? I'm trying to see. I don't think so. But I will say, like, if I go through my warm-ups for this month, I feel like you can kind of see where I'm starting to get it. Got it. Awesome. Yeah, if that is helpful for you, it was really like game-changing for me. This was like the year I really started to get figure drawing, because like you can see where I'm kind of like getting the ideas, but like I'm not, these aren't solid. They're like really loose and not in a way that like I want them to be loose. I'm looking at the dates because like, oh, why is this from December? What the heck? I'm looking at the dates because, like, around mid-December, you're gonna, like, start to see me, like, start to understand these concepts a little better. I was doing a lot of figure drawing at the time. Yeah, like, at this point, I feel like I'm starting to, like, change the way I draw. Also, I'm nervous because these are, like, nude drawings. But hopefully they're, like, not detailed enough for Twitch to be like, no! Oh my god, there's the pose I was talking about with the legs up against the wall that they kept doing. But yeah, like, I'm starting to get, like, more of a sense of, like, rib cages and pelvises and things like that. And then let's go to, like, the end of 2023 and see if I have any life drawing. Okay, yeah, I do. So, like, by this point, you can see that, like, the way I've done life drawing has, like, changed substantially. Like, I'm getting, like, oh, the 3D shapes of the ribcage and pelvis, and, like, the wrapping contour lines of the limbs and stuff like that. You know, it's not perfect, and I'm still having, like, trouble. I'm still learning. I'm really shortening people, although Mako-san is pretty short. I think he's probably about my height. And I don't have, like, a great idea of, like, muscles yet, and I feel like I make people too narrow, but, like, I'm definitely getting it more, right? So yeah, it really, really helped me. Like, that year was a big change in, like, my ability to draw people. Huge difference. Alright, I'm going to be right back, and then we will get started on the clothes right away. Let's get that BRB screen up. There we go, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Well, and there were times when I was doing like 2 figure drawings like per day. Which since I wasn't doing like a long pose. Ooh, thank you for the pistache. I opened a new bag tonight.
You just redeemed a snack while I'm here on my butt. Nom nom. What have I become? A pistachio boy in his era of nuts. It's time for pistachios. I'm
Fresh
gonna keep
stash.
on crunching on those pistachios. I'm gonna keep
Just
on
trying to get
reaching
into some materials that I kind of prepared for
nuts.
myself. Okay.
I'm gonna keep on munching on those pistachios. Pistachios.
Also gonna tangerinify my next water. I need to get a water bottle. Chillphil has one. He has a nice one that's like metal. It's really... Okay, let's jump into this. So I'm gonna talk about like... I'm going to talk about clothing, and I'm going to talk about the stuff like listed here. It's not in a particular order of importance. I just kind of want to go over like use children's size water bottles. How come? I just kind of want to talk about like what we're going to talk about. Going to be talking about shape and form. Now I mentioned that like I was going to mention Love Life Drawing again. He's actually made some really fantastic videos about drawing clothing. And those resources and other things I've found along the way have really helped me. Adult bottles are huge. I guess they are. But one of the things that he said that helped me was the fact that all clothes are tubes. They're all cylinders. So if you think about like a pair of pants, it's like one cylinder for the waist and 2 cylinders for the legs, you know. If you think about a shirt, you know, you got kind of a cylinder for the body and then cylinders for the sleeves. And it's important, you know, even if you're not there yet with 3D forms, it's important to kind of keep them in mind, because the way they interact with things that they're laying on is kind of determined by their like default form of being a bunch of tubes or cylinders. And I'll get into what I mean, but they're basically cylinders made of thin stuff, and you can kind of predict how they'll fall onto a body. I've been realizing my Maple's head is a sphere, cylinder snout, and triangle ears, right? I think you could do that, or you could actually have the cranium be a cube or a box. I like the box for heads. Some people like spheres. It's up to you what is easier and getting you to the drawing that you like. But you could simplify it in 3D shapes, and it would make it a lot easier to draw. Yeah. So the next, well, not the next thing. Another thing that we're going to be focusing on is folds and tension. There are a lot of things about like, oh, the 7 different types of folds or whatever. And I think, you know, that's kind of like complicated and difficult. I think an easier way to look at it is folds make tube shapes as well. They make cylinder shapes as well. And the way that Love Life Drawing kind of described it is like you've got a towel hanging, and if some wind came along and started like blowing the towel, it would kind of do this.
And what you can kind of imagine about these folds, I'm gonna get another color here, is that these folds are kind of tubes, they're kind of cylinders. And then he pointed out if somebody came and scrunched the towel up like with the edges together, like this, well, it's the same thing. You're getting cylinders that are just going like vertical. And I think like no matter how a piece of fabric is folding, you're going to get like cylinder shaped folds, even if, for example, well, I shouldn't erase stuff. I don't want to erase stuff because I want to be able to like post this for you later. We'll have this on its own layer. Even when you have like something like pinched, like if you can imagine like somebody holding a towel, like their fingers are right here and they're just like kind of holding it up, or a piece of fabric or something like that, it creates tension points where all the folds go to these to these 2 points where the fingers are holding it. But even though they're like kind of, you know, warped, they're still tubes, they're still cylinders. You're still gonna have this like wrapping contour around these folds. So folds are tubes, and it's really helpful to think about them like that. And we're gonna look at like a couple of different kinds of folds and see what like different aspects of gravity do to fabric to create like a different looking folds, and like why they're doing that. Folds are tubes, exactly. That's really, like, if you can internalize like that thought, all the complexities of folds, they all reduce to that fact. Now, another thing we're going to talk about is fabric weight, because I think we all kind of have this like working sense that if you're wearing a t-shirt, the t-shirt is like a thin fabric. Thank you for the hydrate. If you're wearing a t-shirt, like a t-shirt's really thin fabric, so it's gonna have a lot more smaller folds. But if you're wearing like heavy denim jeans, that's like heavier, stiffer fabric, so it's not gonna have as much tendency to create as many folds. And the folds that do happen are kind of like bigger, if that makes sense. I've got examples. Just to say that like the weight and the texture of the fabric makes a big difference on what the folds look like. They're all still tubes, but they're gonna act differently, and you can actually imply a lot about like the weight and texture of a piece of clothing by how you draw the folds. Placing on the body. Announcement: folds are tubes. It's true. Placing on the body. So there's two things about that I want to talk about. One is that we have like certain parts of our body that like protrude, and I think like a really good example of that is like your shoulders, like the actual bone of your shoulder. Fabric tends to, because it kind of like protrudes from your skin a little bit, fabric tends to like be flush against that, and it'll create like a tension point, like I'm talking about with the towel here. So it'll be kind of like an origin point for some of the folds like on your shirt.
or if you're bending your leg, your knee might be doing that. And then the other thing is like a shirt is bigger than your body, right? So gravity is going to like want to pull the excess fabric of that shirt down. So like one thing that'll happen is if you're wearing like a big shirt and you tuck it in, it's all gonna kind of like bunch out at the waist where it's tucked in, and we'll look at examples of that too. And then the last point that I want to talk about before we start getting into examples is like hierarchy of folds. And what I mean by this is another point that Love Life Drawing had, that not only do I really, like this point just for everybody, but for the kind of like illustration, kind of comic drawing that I like to do, and I think other people too. I think abbreviating things can make them look a lot better. When you're looking at like a picture of a person wearing a piece of clothing, you're gonna see a lot of folds. And I think there's a temptation to just like draw what you see, right? But it's actually better if you just draw like the most important folds and leave out a lot of the ones that are gonna make like a lot of kind of visual noise. And we'll get into that too. It's kind of like what I was talking about, how when you're looking at, an image with shadows, it's really tempting to like get into the finer details of all the little gradations of light and dark, but it's much better to break those shadows up into simple shapes and treat them as one. It's kind of like with hair, draw the big... Exactly. It's kind of like with hair, draw the big shapes, because when you draw like all the individual, strands, like it doesn't look like anything, and it just kind of becomes noise. And that's not how we see the world, if that makes sense. So we've got some examples here. So here we've got a pair of jeans, and we've got a hoodie too, but I was kind of like thinking about the pair of jeans. And first I'm gonna just like straight up draw on top of it, because I feel like there's a lot here that we can learn from, right? So like I was saying, jeans are kind of a stiff and heavy fabric, and like even if you just compare it to like this kind of like windbreaker jacket kind of thing, this is a pretty thin fabric. So you have like all these folds. It's making a lot of folds. But compare it to the jeans, and they're not really making that many, because the fabric is a lot stiffer and it's heavier and it's thicker. And we kind of just have like just like a few, right? It's important to like pay attention to that. That like a stiffer fabric will create fewer folds. And of course the folds we do have, if we think about it, if we get into the details a little bit, they're making these tubes. Okay? We're gonna hide that layer and do a new one, because we want to talk about these other concepts that we're talking about here. So, like I said, clothing itself is tubes. You can imagine that these are the tubes of the pant legs, right? And it's the position of the legs that's making the excess fabric hang down. So like this is the tension point. This side of the leg, I don't know why I'm drawing it down there. This is the tension point. Everything on this side, as far as the clothing goes, is going to be pretty straight. This is the side with all the dynamism and folds and things like this. So like, it's just kind of like gravity. We have the tension point up here,
and the loose fabric down here. It's a little harder to tell on this leg though, because you know you've got the bones and like the flesh up here, kind of down the middle of the leg. So you can imagine like this line here that I've drawn. This is where the fabric is like clinging, that gravity is holding it. So you kind of have that loose fabric on both sides where you can see some folds hanging down. But again, like they're jeans, so they're not super abundant in folds. Now, if I were drawing this pair of jeans, like we said, we've got lots of like little folds that we can find. Like lots of them. We could find more of them. But how many of these folds are actually important to like convey the idea of the jeans? Because I think if I drew all of these on a drawing, it would be pretty noisy. Like, I'm gonna draw some quick legs. We're not going to be too perfect or exact about this. We're going to draw some legs, right? So if I wanted to draw these jeans and like make them believably jeans, I would pick the folds that I think are most important to like showing what kind of fabric they are, how they're hanging on the body. So this fold here, I think, is important, right? Even this fold is kind of cool. I like that. This fold, I like because it shows how the fabric kind of distorts as it transitions from like the top of the pants to the legs. And then I like this one because it shows how like the fabric is hanging down. So we're ignoring like a lot of these like little folds, like here and here and here, because we can better communicate like what the jeans look like by reducing the folds. And I think two of the things that help me decide like if a fold is important enough to show is if it is kind of transitional between either two different parts of the clothing or two different parts of the body, or if it's like on the edge of the figure. Like let's get rid of all these lines right here. Like this overlap is on the edge of the figure. So in addition to like showing us information about like the weight of the fabric, it also like changes this contour right here and helps us kind of like establish like a silhouette of the figure to like really, I guess, like communicate the fact that like, oh, this is a pair of pants, this is fabric, this is helping us like communicate that silhouette. It's also just like an interesting shape. So that's one example. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Also, let me know if you have any thoughts, questions, opinions, anything like that. Here's another one, and I was really interested in the person on the left's shirt, because what we were talking about earlier was how, you know, this shirt is bigger than the person's body, and all that fabric, gravity is going to take it somewhere. It's either gonna, like, you know, if it were loose, you know, kind of. Kind of do this if it were loose, where like part of the fabric is folding in and out, if that makes sense, because it's bigger. Yes, look at all them tubes. It's bigger than the person's body, so it's not going to hang straight because there's more shirt than there is body, right? I hope that makes sense. But because the shirt's tucked in, it's creating this like kind of bell shape where it's expanding out towards the bottom where it's tucked in. And then like the inside presumably is like all wrinkled up in there where it's tucked in because the excess fabric is bunching. But because it's tucked in, it's all kind of like billowing out at the bottom, and it is resting on the tension points of the shoulders. You can see a lot of like folds coming down from the shoulders. And also an important point is that like because this person has breasts, that will become another tension point. And something I've often seen in like more illustrative work, like a mistake that a lot of people make, like especially towards the beginning, is that when they're drawing a person with breasts wearing like a t-shirt or honestly even like a jacket or something like that, they'll have like the t-shirt like somehow cinch under the breast, and t-shirts don't do that. Like fabric doesn't do that. It's gonna create a situation where the fabric like makes a straight line from that, and like it will make it go out further towards the bottom. Tension points, yes, tension points is very important. And if it weren't tucked in, what would happen is you'd have like a tension point where the breast is, and it would slowly like move down. It's not gonna like cinch underneath it. Like that doesn't happen in real life. Even a bodycon suit won't conform 100%. Exactly. And like, you know, that goes for any, you know, like it's not gonna happen on your butt or anything like that, you know, that it's gonna like cinch under your butt. I imagine that'd be like really uncomfortable. But I feel like, I don't know, I feel like people want to show a like you draw a figure, you draw a mannequin, right? And you draw all the features and the muscles and the fat distribution and stuff like that, and then you put clothes on top of it, and it's like you want to show the work that you did on that figure, right? But the clothes are gonna obscure some of that. Like they're bigger than you are, obviously. I feel like I'm doing a bad job talking about this, but so yeah, you've got the tension points of the shoulders, and you've got this cinching at the waist where all of the fabric is gonna bunch out. It's gonna bunch out here and go in here. So you can see how you can create a line from the shoulder and then show the form by having it go in. And you can kind of like imagine it like the bottom of like a vase or something like that, where like here's kind of like the transition between this plane and this plane, and like the folds are gonna come down straight and then they're gonna go in. And sometimes when you've got a shirt tucked in like this, you're gonna have like folds that are overlapping each other, which is kind of what creates this shape. You know, if you ever see like a drawing with like a fold that is kind of like that, that's kind of like folds overlapping folds, and they're all tubes. Don't forget, they're all tubes. Like you can see these tube shapes. On the shirt. And another really interesting thing about this example is, I guess this is like a Batwing shirt or something like that. You know, where like the bottoms are, or it might just be that these are like cuffs. I'm actually not sure. But the point is that like towards the wrist, the shirt is much smaller. So we can imagine that the sleeves or something like that. And it's going to be, you know, another effect of gravity where all of this fabric has to go somewhere. So once again, we have this tension point of the shoulder, and it's working on the sleeve too, because it's coming down straight here, and we can imagine like the arm is like right here, right? So it's not flush with the arm. The only thing that's like touching the fabric directly is the shoulder, really. So it's gonna come down, and then it's like, oh, all this fabric has to go somewhere because this is tight. So this fabric is gonna bunch up in this kind of like horizontal, like zigzag almost. Also a tube. Also tubes. They're just horizontal tubes. And you see how like the inside of the sleeve is still pointing at this tension point of the shoulder. All of these lines are going to kind of converge on these tension points. They're all meeting the tension points. It's kind of like perspective in a way. And I don't know, like I forgot that this man was his outfit is interesting too, because like this is thicker fabric. And you can see that like the folds like look less sharp on his. They look like rounder, more tube-like even. But on his as well, you can see that like here are his shoulder bones. The folds are like going towards his shoulders, and then they're kind of like, I think his outfit, like the waist hemline is folded under the fabric, and the excess fabric is, so you can imagine like this is the hemline. This is the fabric like bunching in front of it, in front of his waist. So like gravity is also working on it, but like kind of in a different way. And then you're gonna see the only thing that fabric does that's not tubes, which is the fact that his pants have pleats. So, you know, they're gonna actually like meet a point. But around that, we've got tubes. We've got tubes. So everything is tubes. Alright, let's go to a different example. I picked this one because it's kind of a middling like weight of fabric. Like I get the impression that this like kind of jacket thing that he's wearing is you know, it's not super light, but it's not as heavy as denim. And I think you can like see the contrast between how few folds the denim has and how many folds the jacket has. Like the denim has, oh, we're black. Let's get red. Nope. The denim has a fold here where, you know, once again, gravity is working. The excess fabric is bunching like towards the bottom. They're pretty straight up top, but we've got these nice folds at the bottom, but not a lot of folds overall. But you look at his jacket and there's a lot of folds. And what's interesting with this one is that, yeah, we've got the tension point of his shoulders, but he's pushing his hands against the fabric of the jacket, so we've got like more tension kind of working both ways here, right? And we've got, of course, these like horizontal zigzags of the arm. how was I gonna say this? So what I was saying earlier about like the pants that person was wearing is that person's knee was creating a tension point. The fabric was flush against the outside of the leg, and the folds were all happening on the inside of the leg. So the folds were like, this is the knee, this is the inside of the leg. The folds were all happening on the inside of the leg. But he's bending his arms. And your arms are kind of opposite to your legs. Because they bend inward so that the top is the inside and the bottom is the outside. So what happens is, even though this is the side the fabric is flush against, this is the side with all of the folds. Like, this is an arm, and the fabric is like bunched against the arm like this, and this side is hanging loose, but it's straighter. Alright, we're gonna get rid of this, and we're gonna move on to the next thing. So this skirt is one of the things that I wanted to talk about. Because once again, skirt, it's a tube, and it's got tube-shaped folds. But with the skirts that kind of do this wavy thing, I know so many clothing terms, right? With the skirts that do this kind of wavy thing, we can imagine that there is a waistband that's a very short cylinder that's pretty fitted to the body, and we have a cylinder of fabric that's relatively uniform in width. And we're going to take this cylinder that is much wider than this waistband, and we're going to attach it at the top. And what that's going to do is it's going to have it be all bunched up at the top and able to achieve its like full width at the bottom. And because it's doing that, it's going to compress the fabric. Like, you can imagine these are like overlapping kind of folds at the top, and it's going to create this like ruffle at the bottom. And like this fitted waistband is acting as like one big cylindrical tension point, because all of these folds are going up to meet it, and they all make tubes. You can imagine that the ones that puff out, they have a cylinder like underneath the fabric, like under the skirt, and the ones that go in have a cylinder on the outside. It would be like overlapping cylinders, if that makes sense. And that creates this kind of like pattern, right? Like this cylinder is outside, this cylinder is inside. I don't know if I'm explaining it right. But yeah, let's get to the last example here. Now here we have like a relatively like fitted t-shirt. It's not like, because I feel like I've done like a lot of like oversized clothing, but this is like a gym uniform basically. This is like what kids wear for PE. And it's pretty fitted. But even with that, you can see get my pen to be red. Not light red like that. You can see that the fabric is going to be distorted based on tension points and gravity. It's just going to be to like a much smaller degree. So where that other person had their waistband and the shirt was bunched out like a big bell like this, you could still see a little bit where the fabric bunches out at the bottom. And because this person is holding their arms above their head, the folds and tension points are going to be a little different. It's almost like the shoulder is invisible to us, but those folds are still going towards that shoulder. But it's the same principle. Those shoulders are going to create these tension points, and all of these folds are going to originate from them and kind of like go all the way down. Now, we wouldn't want to draw all of that, but it helps to understand that. And of course, all these folds are tubes. And I think, like, if you are, like, getting started, like, understanding clothing and just trying to wrap your head around, like, how to draw it, it's pretty good practice to, like, find pictures of clothing that you know, you look at and you're like, I want to draw clothing like that. And, you know, draw on top of it just to kind of, like, find these folds and what they're doing. Because I feel like when you're just drawing from observation, you can know these things. You can know, like, oh, I don't want to draw like every single one of these folds, and I really want to emphasize that the folds like go to the tension points, and like they bunch when you get like down with gravity if they're cinched. Or I want to draw maple as a fashionista. Hell yes. But it can really, you know, before you use something as a reference, especially like if you're just getting started with clothing, it can really help to like do this stuff. And, you know, to reiterate what I was saying earlier, like, okay, like if I were gonna draw this kind of pose or something, it's also helpful to look at your own clothes, like look at where the seams are and see how they change when you move your arm in the mirror. That's a really good point. I want to make a point about that in a second, but if I were gonna like draw this, like, again, I wouldn't draw like all of these folds, right? Like, that's a lot. You know, I would pick the ones that I think are the most important. So I want to show this transition between arm and shoulder, so I might do a couple of folds here. And maybe I want to show how this is wrapping around the arm, so I might do like one here. And I like this big fold that like shows the tension point of the shoulder, and maybe a couple that show how it bunches at the bottom. But I wouldn't necessarily like do a lot more than that, and I might not even do it to quite that degree. Like I'm really drawing the line to illustrate it, but I might, you know, I might just have like that kind of thing, right? If I were drawing it. So you want to be kind of judicious about like how many folds that, you know, how many folds I want to draw, and like what they're saying about the piece of fabric, right? You know, if I were drawing the shorts, well, we definitely want to show that the fabric of the shorts are bunched up by the way this person's sitting. Like the fact that they have their legs in, the fact that they're sitting makes the shorts like more folded. And again, we want to prioritize folds that are on like the edge that create the contour of the figure. So I might just do like that, like show those folds, right? I don't have to draw every single fold, and I don't have to do every single one in like a lot of detail. So Sapphire Thorn brought up seams, which is really important. When I've been drawing clothes like over the years, when I've been like trying to figure out how to draw clothes, there was definitely an element of, I think I know what clothes look like because I look at them all the time, but I haven't really looked at them and studied them. So, like, you know, I kind of think if a person's wearing a t-shirt like they're actively wearing it, like a person is actively wearing this isn't on the hanger, that like maybe the seams are like right there. Like I used to draw t-shirts like that, but if you actually like look at a t-shirt that a person's wearing, like if I'm wearing a t-shirt that's like fairly big on me now, the seams, like here are my shoulders. I don't know why this is me. Here are the person's shoulders. Because this is like a big, like kind of oversized t-shirt, the seams are actually more like this, like hanging off the shoulders. And, you know, I think even like a relatively fitted t-shirt will do that like a little bit. So it's kind of important to, when you're looking at a clothing reference, to actually like really look at like where the seams are and think about like how they're, you know, conforming to the body. Because I don't know. Not only do I feel like that's a mistake I used to make a lot, I feel like I've seen other people kind of do that, but this thinking about the seams and like drawing them where they actually are can add some like believability to the piece of clothing that you're drawing. There was one other thing that I wanted to talk about that I kind of totally forgot. Let's see, what's a good reference for this? Maybe this guy. And that is like when you're placing clothes on a figure. And I think you'll probably see me doing this a lot when I'm drawing. This is really helpful for me. And of course I'm doing digital, so it's easy for me to like use different colors and then, you know, erase layers. But I think at least when you're practicing, at least when you're like doing practices, it's a good idea to kind of like start doing this and thinking this way. It's good to think in 3D, right? And I know I talk about that all the time, but it really does help like make something believable. So you have a neck. Your neck's a cylinder, right? And you have to think about the fact that we're busting out all kinds of colors. We're blue now. You have to think about the fact that this neckline is going to conform to that cylinder to a degree. It might be looser in the front, but it's definitely going to be, well, I guess depending on the neckline, touching the back of the neck or like lower on the back depending on the neckline. It's really helpful like to actually like draw this full cylinder of where it is hanging around the neck, and like the same with other parts of the clothing, like, you know, the wrists. I mean, you can't see his wrists, but the bottom of the jacket, like the waistband, the bottoms of the jeans. And it's also really helpful to think about like kind of the center line of the clothing. Because especially with like jackets and things that are symmetrical and have elements to them that are symmetrical, it can get really confusing like when you're drawing that if you're not keeping like the center line of the body and the clothing in mind. Because like I know in the past when I've been drawing jackets, like I'll come up with, I'm gonna do like a blazer. I have some like notoriously badly drawn blazers throughout my life. That's too even to illustrate my point. If I'm not like paying attention to the center line of the body, like I'll just kind of like get real wonky with it, right? Like presumably this is where the person's collarbone is, but like I'm drawing it like way off center. Everything's a mess. Like everything's uneven and things like that. I want to put Rudy in fancy suits, hell yeah. But alternatively, if we have our body, if we have our very simple body here, maybe it's Mr. Rudy. His head is tiny. No, he has different ears than that, though. His ears are more like this. Also, why did I draw his body like so far? Like he's pushing out his chest, I guess. He's feeling very macho is what's happening. Drew him spot on. So we have this center line here that, you know, we can anchor ourselves to. Like, this is the center of his body in the front. So like if I wanted to place clothing on him, you know, first of all, I think about like the cylindrical nature of his neck. I think about the cylinder of his waist and so on. And because I have this like center line here, I was so good I needed a sequel. Kroger Penguin GLaDOS 2, why do you have a new username? Did something happen? Welcome. Because I have this center line here and I want to give him a collared shirt, it's a lot easier for me to like place that collared shirt on his body and like make it symmetrical, even though he's kind of in perspective, right? No, that's not Harby. This is somebody, this is a chat regular who I had not seen in a couple of streams, so I don't know what happened. But it is not Phil. So it's easier for me to make it symmetrical because of that central line. It's easier for me to place a tie right here. It's easier for me to draw a jacket. We're gonna actually tone down his opacity so that we can kind of show his fancy little suit. Once again, we're thinking about those seams on the shoulders because those could be a little tricky. And like as I'm drawing this suit, I'm thinking about the fact like suit fabric pretty stiff most of the time. At least all the suits I've ever worn. So we kind of want to not have a ton of folds, but like maybe one right here where kind of the lats are beefing up the back and like the fabric is like bunching against that because there's more body mass up here and it's hanging here where there's less body mass. See if I can, probably because that account is Apple account, hence can't verify. I can't oh, I see. Yeah, gosh, Twitch is so anal about like verified chatters. I do not have that turned on and it still won't let people chat in my chat if they're not verified. So because this suit top not super chikanga chotto, oh, I guess so. Wow. Because this suit jacket is kind of a stiff fabric, it's not gonna have a ton of folds. But let's say he's wearing like he's wearing silk pants. He's wearing silk pants for some reason. If he's wearing silk pants, we want to show that fabric is much lighter, much softer, much thinner. So we might draw like more folds on the pants to like show that. I don't know why Rudy's wearing silk pants. He's a fancy boy. And especially like these folds on like the edge. And of course we must remember at all time, folds are tubes. Folds are just tubes that like go up the body. His butt is creating a tension point because he's caked up and it's sticking out, protruding, and the fabric is hanging off of it. So some of these folds are pointing towards the tension point of his butt. And then the fabric is hanging loose as we go down because gravity. So yeah, I hope that's helpful. I feel like
Him's actually got caked booty. Does he? I feel like with clothes, I'm maybe not as like experienced. Like they're definitely not my comfort point or comfort zone to the degree that backgrounds are. But the least I can do is like share the things that I've learned from other people. Like, once again, shout out to Love Life Drawing, who has very helpful videos about drawing clothes. Michael Hampton's anatomy book also has some really good points about drawing clothes. And I'm sure there are other artists who have helped me a lot that I'm not thinking about, but those are the two that really stand out to me. And I guess my last piece of advice is that clothes are one of those things where the more you draw them from reference, the better you're going to understand them and the more intuitive your understanding of them is going to be. I would say that like last year I started drawing a lot more quick referenced poses, and I was doing that because I wanted to get better at drawing people. But what ended up happening is I was picking poses. I was picking poses that I liked the clothes for. And I started to practice drawing clothes a lot more without even realizing that that was what I was doing. So like these are some of my early sketches from that time. And I'm definitely like picking up on like the folds and stuff for some of these and getting a lot of practice doing that. And I don't know how long I spent on these drawings, but a lot of them I did actually get from like clothing catalogs and just again like pictures where I liked the way the clothes looked. So I definitely like recommend just like finding pictures where it's a style you like, or it's a style that like you really want to draw. I guess I could say like shout out also to Modern Day James for like telling me, look in clothing catalogs for good resting poses that like looked natural. Because side effect of that was I started drawing a lot of clothing from reference. And that probably helped me more than anything. All of this information about like folds and folds being tubes and clothing being cylinders, like that's also super helpful, but it's on a foundation of just like practicing a lot, which, I think that is a lot of what it comes down to. It's important to remember like the 3D nature of stuff and like the center line and how, like a neck, a hem of a neck makes like an ellipse around the cylinder of the neck. But at the end of the day, I think that just practicing clothes that you like the look of is super helpful. But yeah, hopefully that helps. Any questions? And of course, I can always talk about clothes some more in the future. And on top of that, also do feel free to ask any questions or any thoughts or comments or anything like that. On top of that, if you draw clothing, if you draw some clothes and you want like critique on it, like I'm happy to give it. Like again, this is not necessarily my strong point, but I feel like as artists, we all have different perspectives, and just like drawing something and getting another artist to look at it and having that second pair of eyes can be really helpful. So don't be shy about, if you draw something and you specifically want advice or critique on it, feel free to post it in the Discord and say that you want that. I might actually make a channel specifically for that. And me and any other artists in the Discord are welcome to give thoughts on that. We want this to be collaborative because I think that like a really important thing for getting better at drawing is being able to have like a community that can that we can all share our knowledge, and when lots of people come together, weaknesses become strengths, I feel like. But yeah, I again, like I hope that helped. It's been another fun study night. Let's real quick go through what we worked on. So many layers. I'm gonna have to... Bye, Rudy. Amen to community. Yeah, very much so. So, of course, we did our little line warm-ups. Did some ellipses. Some cylinders. I feel like I'm getting better little by little with the cylinders, which we just looked at how important cylinders are, because clothes and folds are all just cylinders and tubes. I did some like stuff in rotation tonight. I need to do more of this practice. This is so important. If you can get yourself to this point that you're doing this kind of practice, it's really going to help you have like a much more intuitive sense of just drawing objects in general and all kinds of things. We did some more carved cylinders, made some bottles and vases and stuff like that, and I do hope that I'm getting better at this. I do feel like it looks a little bit better than last week, and I hope that if I keep doing this kind of practice, I'll keep moving forward little by little. Oh, and I just showed off like how to do a rounded cube and a carved cube that turned into an object. And of course we did Gestraw Party. Where am I did some guys. Where are they? I don't know where they went. I hope I didn't delete them. I may have deleted my muscle studies. Uh-oh. Well, oh no, they're here. Here are my muscle studies. Where are these cubes? We gotta get rid of them. And yeah, that's everything I worked on tonight. I did not do any skulls tonight, but like, it's already almost 5, right? I knew that it was gonna run a little bit long. Next week, what is our topic next week? Let's take a look at that real quick. I'm in the wrong server. Oh, we got a new request. We got facial expressions and doggy facial expressions. That's a good one. I would welcome any help from any furries in our community. Next week we're gonna be talking about like dynamic poses. And I guess really what we're going to be doing is like talking about like some simple pose construction. I've talked before about how important like having a simplified mannequin is. So I think I'm going to talk a lot about that next week, and then we'll just like I'll try to show how simplifying a human body or a dog body into the simplest possible forms will help you pose that body any way you want to. And I think we'll kind of take a page from the Fresh Eyes challenge that I did a couple of years ago, and we'll start with flat shapes and then we'll do some 3D shapes. So that's next week. Tomorrow, 12-hour stream, and I'm gonna be starting in a little over 12 hours actually, because I'm going to be starting at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I think it might be closer to 7, but I'm going to shoot for 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Going to be starting with some art, going to be playing some Stardew Valley, City Skylines, and if I still have time after that, I'm going to play some Core Keeper. And then Saturday night, Chillphil will be streaming Pokemon Legends Arceus, so we've got a full couple of days. Who do we want to raid? I see Mike Moans is on. We raided him yesterday, so if anybody has anybody else that you want me to raid, now is the time to let me know. I'm also going to send myself a message as a reminder. For next week's lesson, or lesson. I feel like I'm unqualified to give lessons. I'm not that good. Rated. Oh, did I? I thought I rated. No, I rated Lilin Ith. I don't know how to pronounce that. Wow. The day before. Do we have somebody? I can raid Mike Moans again, but if anybody else like has somebody new that they want me to raid, we want to spread the love around as much as possible. Yeah, that's right. You were driving to your work conference. Don't have anyone else? Okay. we will go ahead and raid Mike Moans then. Alright, started that raid. That's going to be it for tonight. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, drawing with me if you were drawing. I will see you in 12 hours. I'll see you later tonight. We're going to have a lot of fun, hopefully. I'm going to get real tired, probably. But, you know, we'll have more study content next week. But that's going to be it for tonight. See you later, Pseudosukians. Let's raid!